Gavin's popped out. Right, Gavin should be back in a sec. This obviously, as you can see, is a debate between Gavin Hurlimann and King Xerxes, and the subject is: does the Bible condone slavery? King Xerxes has the positive claim. He goes first. The structure of the debate is 10 minutes opening statements, 7 to 8 minutes rebuttal, and then open discussion, closing statements, and then Q&A at the end. Go ahead, Mr. Xerxes.
Okay, fantastic. Hello, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking the host for arranging this debate. Actually, hold on just a second here. I apologize for this, but my microphone doesn't want to connect to my recording software.
I can hear you. I can hear you, Xerxes.
Yes, I understand that, but my microphone wasn't applying to my software that I'm using to record this debate alongside you guys.
Okay.
We're good. All righty. So, hello, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking the host for arranging this debate and my opponent for agreeing to participate this afternoon. Also, thank you to the audience for tuning in and supporting these endeavors. Today's debate is over whether or not the Bible condones slavery. To begin, let's establish what we mean by these words to ensure no confusion in the future. According to Oxford's English Dictionary, Merriam-Webster, and dictionary.com, the meaning of the word condone is, quote, to accept and or allow behavior that is considered morally wrong or offensive to continue. Keep in mind, this debate is not over whether slavery is actually morally wrong. As per the definition of condone, the subject only need be considered morally wrong. I would argue it is self-evident that most people in society consider slavery morally wrong. At the very least, I consider slavery morally wrong, and ostensibly so does my opponent, as he is arguing the Bible does not condone slavery. Having clarified this matter from the outset, my opponent should not at any point during this debate delve into the subject of metaethics and begin questioning the foundation or grounding for moral claims, as this is not relevant to the topic of discussion. Moving on, I now need to define slavery. Slavery is the ownership of another human being as property. To be more precise and using the same sources as above, the definition of slavery is, quote, the condition of being enslaved, held, or owned as human chattel or property, primarily for the purposes of forced servitude or labor, a practice or institution that treats or recognizes some human beings as the legal property of others, a civil relationship in which one person has absolute power over the life, fortune, and liberty of another. Now that I have established the definition of slavery I will be using, I need to draw a distinction between two different types of slavery featured in the Bible. The first type, and the one my opponent will undoubtedly be focusing on, is indentured servitude. The practice of indentured servitude was an economic method for repaying debts in the ancient Near East. Effectively, a man could sell himself to a debtor and work for this person until the debt was settled. The second type of slavery, which many of us recognize from the 19th century antebellum South, is chattel slavery. Oh, I just lost my place. Chattel slavery is the ownership of another human being as a piece of property. The key distinctions between chattel slaves and indentured servants are the following. Chattel slaves are bought and sold as permanent property. They do not get released after a set period of time. Indentured servants are released after they've paid their debt. Chattel slaves are kept as property and can be passed down to their master's children as inheritance, whereas indentured servants are contracted only to a single debtor. The children of the chattel slaves are born into slavery and kept as permanent property for their entire lives. The children of indentured servants can be released with the servant, but not if the servant sired these children with a chattel slave. And finally, chattel slaves could be treated as property, no different than livestock, whereas indentured servants, especially within tribal families, were treated as employees. So does the Bible condone either of these practices? Absolutely yes. We'll start with indentured servitude. Quote, when you buy a Hebrew slave, he is to serve for 6 years, then in the 7th, he is to leave as a free man without paying anything. End quote. Exodus chapter 21, verse 2. In this passage, a Hebrew slave may be purchased, or in some other translations, sell themselves, and they will serve only for 6 years, after which they will be released without any further debt. In the following verses, Israelites are commanded on how to navigate the familial relationships of the slave. Quote, if he arrives alone, he is to leave alone. If he arrives with a wife, his wife is to leave with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears unto him sons or daughters, the wife and her children belong to her master, and the man must leave alone. Exodus chapter 31, verses 3 and 4. Correction, Exodus chapter 21, verses 3 and 4. This passage explicitly states that children are born into the institution of slavery, which, as I previously established, is one of the key distinctions between chattel slavery and indentured servitude. Of course, the Bible also allows for the Hebrew slave in question to relinquish his freedom permanently so he can stay with his family. Quote, but if the slave declares, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I do not want to leave as a free man, his master is to bring him to the judges and then bring him to the door or doorpost. His master will pierce his ear with an awl, and he will serve his master for life. Exodus chapter 21, verses 5 and 6. Naturally, we read this and immediately recognize the intentional loophole provided for the Hebrews to permanently enslave one another. So clearly, the Bible endorses, or at the very least condones, indentured servitude. This is reinforced in Leviticus chapter 25, verse 39 through 43, where it reads, quote, if your brother among you becomes destitute and sells himself to you, you must not force him to do slave labor. Let him stay with you as a hired worker or temporary resident. He may work for you until the year of Jubilee. Then he and his children are to be released from you, and he may return to his clan and his ancestral property. They are not to be sold as the slaves are sold, because they are my servants that I brought out of the land of Egypt. End quote. This passage outlines explicit protections afforded to the Hebrews who were indentured to their tribal brethren. So now that I've sufficiently demonstrated the unequivocal condonement of indentured servitude in the Bible, what about chattel slavery? Fortunately, the passage immediately succeeding the one I just quoted juxtaposes the treatment of Hebrew servants with the Gentiles or non-Hebrew slaves. Quote, as for your male and female slaves, whom you may have, they are to come from the nations around you. From them you may purchase male and female slaves. You may also purchase them from the aliens residing with you or from their families living among you, those born in your land. These may become your property. You may leave them to your sons after you to inherit as property. You can make them slaves for life. But concerning your brothers, the Israelites, you must not rule over one another harshly. Leviticus chapter 25, verses 44 through 46. This passage makes it unequivocal that people could be owned as property, bought and sold as commodities, and they would remain permanent slaves, even into inheritance to the master's children. I fail to see how my opponent could offer an honest argument that the Bible doesn't condone slavery after this presentation. I have provided explicit and unequivocal passages wherein the Bible allows, in no uncertain terms, the ownership of other human beings as property. Once again, I must reiterate the purpose of this debate is to determine whether or not the Bible condones slavery. This debate is not over the morality of slavery or whether the Bible states slavery is good. Anything my opponent might offer to repudiate the notion that the Bible actively endorses slavery, as opposed to tacitly permitting it, would be a red herring and not relevant to my presentation. Other red herrings would include commentary as to the motive or justification behind the Bible's permission of slavery. Indeed, if my opponent wishes to make any such argument, he is effectively admitting the Bible does condone slavery, at which point the debate is over. But what arguments could my opponent offer that the Bible does not condone slavery? My opponent may recite Exodus chapter 21, verse 16, quote, whoever kidnaps a person must be put to death, whether he sells him or the person is found in his possession. Of course, this verse is not in any way admonishing or prohibiting slavery. This is merely outlawing the act of kidnapping a person, not the act of owning people as property or purchasing them from other lands, which is explicitly allowed in Leviticus. Furthermore, Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 7 reiterates this law, but specifies that the law was exclusive to the Israelites regarding their conduct with each other. Clearly, the Bible does not outright forbid kidnapping, as we see in Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 10 through 15, quote, when you approach a city to fight against it, make an offer of peace. If it accepts your offer of peace and opens its gates to you, all the people found in it will become forced laborers for you and serve you. However, if it does not make peace with you but wages war against you, lay siege to it. When the Lord your God hands it over to you, strike down all its males with the sword. But you may take the women, dependents, animals, and whatever else is in the city, all its spoil, as plunder. You may enjoy the spoil of your enemies that the Lord your God has given you, end quote. This passage also unequivocally commands the Israelites to forcefully take foreign people as slaves. If these people resist, the male combatants are slaughtered and their wives and children are abducted against their will and forced into bondage. To conclude my opening statement, it is abundantly clear that the Bible not only condones slavery, but in some instances actively commands the Israelites to enslave certain people. I have given overwhelming evidence to support my position, while also preemptively responding to potential arguments my opponent could make. Indeed, my opponent needs not only refute every passage I have provided, but provide passages to the contrary as well. For if he intends to defend the proposition that the Bible does not allow slavery, then he must provide clear instances where slavery is prohibited. I now turn the floor to my opponent. Good luck to you, sir.
Hey, how's my sound? How's my sound, guys?
Fine. Thank you.
Just fine.
Okay, thanks, Xerxes. All right, so Bob, just keep an eye on the time for me, please, because I don't have a watch. So, as I kind of expected, there was a whole lot of fallacies of presentism from my opponent's opening. So there seems to be this common clique amongst atheists to say that God never disapproved of slavery in the Bible or never condemned it in any way. However, this is not actually true, and I will show that from Scripture. So the first thing we need to consider is, what was the role of a prophet of God in the ancient Near East? The prophet's job in the A&E was to speak the words of God's, and they were covenant emissaries. So basically, the role of a prophet was to enforce the covenant rules. When a prophet went to a nation and sought to have them uphold their side of the deal or their place in the covenant established by God, the prophet was speaking to the people, usually with disapproval from God, because covenants come with cursings and blessings. So God was using the prophet as a conduit. God was speaking through the prophet. So when a prophet turns up and starts announcing judgments on the nation, especially the nation of Israel, the people knew that God was speaking through the prophet and against them. So we have to keep this in mind when we look at these passages. Now, there is a wealth of pericope through the major and minor prophets in the Bible where God clearly condemns his people for their actions towards slavery. And God lets this be known unequivocally. Remember, the prophets are speaking the words of God. They are God's. They are expressing God's moral approvals and disapprovals. That was the role of the prophet in the A&E. So with this in mind, let's look at 1 Samuel chapter 8, and we start at verse 20. So chapter 8, starting at verse 20. 1 Samuel chapter 8, we start at verse 20. Right. So Samuel, the prophet, says this: then we will be like all the other nations, with a king to lead us and to go out before us and fight our battles. When Samuel heard that all the people had said, he repeated it before the Lord, and the Lord answered him and said, listen to them and give them a king. Then Samuel then Samuel said to the Israelites, go back to your own town. So why is this important? Well, it's important because in the previous verses, God is speaking through Samuel, and he's dead set against the Israelites having a king. If we start at verse 10 of 1 Samuel chapter 8, it says this: Samuel told all the words of the Lord to the people who were asking him for a king. So Samuel says, this is what a king who will reign over you will claim as his rights. Remember, this is God speaking through Samuel. He will take your sons, he will make them serve with his chariots and horses, and they will run in front of his chariots. Some he will assign to the commanders of thousands and commanders of 50s, and others to plow his ground and reap his harvest, and still others to make weapons of war and equipment for his chariots. He will take your daughters to be perfumers and cooks and bakers. He will take the best of your fields and vineyards and olive groves and give them to his attendants. he will take a tenth of your grain, of your vintage, and give it to his officials and attendants. If your male and female servants are the best of, your male, my mistake there, your male and female servants and the best of your cattle and donkeys, he, being the king, will take he will take for his own use, and he'll also take a tenth of your flocks, and yourselves will become his slaves. When that day comes, you will cry out for relief from the king you have chosen, but the Lord will not answer you in that day. So as you can see, God was not overly enthusiastic about his people having a king, because God was their king. They didn't need a king, but the Israelites wanted to be cool and be like the other nations and have a king. So this is a clear passage from 1 Samuel that God is not approving of slavery, and he's trying to warn the people through Samuel, who is speaking God's words. Now, there's many more scriptures where God disapproves of slavery. I won't read them all out, but a lot of them are in the references I sent you, Xerxes, so you can fact check me if you like. So just to find out how negatively God is towards slavery, how negative he is towards slavery, let's look at Jeremiah chapter 34. Jeremiah chapter 34. And if we start at verse, say, 12. Start at verse 12. Remember, Jeremiah's a prophet, so he's speaking the words of God. God is speaking through Jeremiah. Then the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah. This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. I made a covenant with your ancestors when I brought them out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. I said, every 7th year, each of you must free your fellow Hebrews who have sold themselves, into slavery. I said, have sold themselves to you. After they have served you 6 years, you must let them go free, right? Let them free. Let them go free after 6 years. In the 7th year, they go free. Your ancestors, however, did not listen to me or pay attention to me. Recently, you repented and did what is right in my sight. Each of you proclaimed freedom to your own people, referring to the people he had as servants, the Israelites had as servants or eveds or slaves. You even made a covenant before me in the house that bears my name. That would have been the temple, because we're talking about Second Temple Judaism here. But now you have turned around and profaned my name. Each of you has taken back the male and female slaves you had set free to go where they wished. You have forced them to become your slaves again. Therefore, this is what the Lord says. God speaking through Jeremiah. And the Lord says through Jeremiah, you have not obeyed me. You have not proclaimed freedom to your own people. Now I proclaim freedom for you, declares the Lord. Freedom to fall by the sword, plague, and famine. I will make you abhorrent to all the kingdoms of the earth. It goes on about all the dastardly things that God is going to do to the people that have not upheld their side of the covenant. But for the sake of brevity, I won't speak about that. We need to flick over to Job chapter 31. Woo! How's the time, Bob? Bob.
3 minutes, Gavin. Xerxes keeps disconnecting somehow. I don't know what's going on there.
That's okay. We'll just have to deal with it as we go.
So
if we're looking at, if we look at Job chapter 31, verses 15 through 23. So this is Job. Now this is when Job is in the midst of his calamities, right? Job had a very fine reputation for his wisdom and for his wealth and for his righteousness. But this is Job. He says, if I have denied justice to any of my servants, you could say slave, I don't care, whether male or female, when they had a grievance against me, what will I do when God confronts me? Right? Job is concerned that maybe he may have treated a servant or a slave unjustly. What will I answer when called to account? Did not he being God, who made me in the womb, make them, meaning his servants or his aved or his slaves? Do not the same one form us from within our mothers, right? Do not the same one, means God, form us within our mothers. If I've denied the desires of the poor or let the eyes of the widow grow weary, if I've kept my bread to myself, not sharing it with the fatherless, but from my youth I reared them as a father would, and from my birth I guided the widow. If I have seen anyone perishing for lack of clothing, or the needy without garments, and their hearts did not bless me for warming them with the fleece from my sheep, if I have raised my hand against the fatherless, knowing that I had influence in the court, then let my arm be wrenched out of its shoulder, and let it be broken off at the joint. For I dread the destruction from God, and I fear of his splendor. I could not do such things. So Job is expressing his concern about being judged by God for the mistreatment that he may have dished out to his servants or his aveds or his slaves. So how's the time? Bob? Hello.
About a minute or so, I think.
Okay, so I'll finish off with this last bit. This is the last bit I'll finish off with. As I said, there's a ton of pericope about God's disapproval regarding slavery. Deuteronomy 23, 15 and 16. If a slave has taken refuge with you, this is God, right? God speaking through Moses. If a slave has taken refuge with you, do not hand them over to their master. Let them live among you wherever they like and in whatever town they choose. Do not oppress them. Deuteronomy 24, verse 7. If anyone is caught kidnapping a fellow Israelite and treating them or selling them as a slave, the kidnapper must die. Don't be kidnapping anybody for slavery. Must die. Okay, last one. Last one. Leviticus 25, 39 and 40. If your fellow Israelites have become poor and they sell themselves to you, do not make them work as the slaves. No, do not make them work as slaves. Sorry, do not make them work as slaves. They shall be with you as hired servants and as sojourners. And last one, Deuteronomy 21, 13 and 14. After she has lived in your house and mourned her father and mother for a full month, this is talking about captive women, then you may go to her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. However, if you are not pleased with her, you must let her go. You must let her go wherever she wishes. You must not sell her or treat her as a slave, since you have dishonored her. And I'll finish there, Bob, because that's probably my 10 minutes.
Okay, Xerxes, you've got a rebuttal. 7 to 8 minutes, apparently.
Yes, can I be heard?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you fine.
Yep.
Excellent. So my opponent touched on the subject of whether or not slaves were mistreated or somehow slavery wasn't that bad. While I have plenty of arguments against the notion that slaves were not mistreated, this debate, once again, is not over the justification or moral integrity of slavery. If the Bible doesn't condone slavery, my opponent would not be arguing for the benevolence of the institution as described in the Bible. Resorting to this line of defense is yet another concession to my position, and therefore not relevant to the topic. My opponent also brings up the passage in 1 Samuel wherein God repudiates or admonishes the Israelites for wanting a king. That had nothing whatsoever to do with the institution of owning other people as property. If anything, he was just warning them that they don't want to be slaves. But God in the Bible explicitly allows for the Israelites themselves to own other people as slaves, each other and the Gentiles, most explicitly. As I quoted in the passage which directly succeeds the one that Gavin left off on, Leviticus chapter 25, verse 44 through 46, quote, "As for your male and female slaves, whom you may have, they are to be purchased from the nations that are around you. From them you may buy slaves. And these may become your property. You may leave them to your sons after you to inherit as property, and you can make them slaves for life. But concerning your brothers, the Israelites, you must not rule over one another harshly." When I say condone, as I defined in my opening statement, what I mean is to allow for certain behavior to continue. That is what God is doing here. Whether or not he personally discourages slavery is irrelevant. He allows for the institution to take place explicitly. That is the purpose of this debate. My opponent also argued briefly that passages such as the one about, let's see here, Deuteronomy 23:15, wherein it states that a foreign slave who is escaping a city or nation which the Israelites are attacking are not to be returned to the master. This passage does not in any way prohibit or repudiate slavery. This passage only instructs the Israelites not to mistreat or return slaves to their masters in cities which they're presently encamped against or sieging. Again, Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 10 through 15, which I presented again in my opening statement, directly commands the Israelites to take slaves of other nations which they attack. This passage therefore fails to offer any strength to my opponent's position. The passage regarding the treatment of captive women also does not offer any strength to my opponent's position. The fact of the matter is that slavery, the forced labor of people, was allowed and explicitly commanded in the passage I just cited. Whether or not the Israelites had particular customs they were to follow regarding their treatment of captive women that they wanted to marry does not in any way repudiate the idea that the Bible allows for slavery. It's completely a red herring. So, I don't think I need to go much further. I'll respond briefly to what you said about kidnapping, because I mentioned that in my opening argument, and I thought that I dispelled the notion that that was relevant quite well. So let's go back to that. Yes, Exodus, I believe, Exodus chapter 21, verse 16, whoever kidnaps a person must be put to death, whether he sells him or the person is found in his possession. This verse, again, is not in any way admonishing or prohibiting slavery. This is merely outlawing the act of kidnapping a person. And Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 7 reiterates the law, specifying that it only applies to Israelites and their conduct with each other. As I have repeatedly referenced Deuteronomy 20:10 through 15, the Israelites were permitted to forcefully abduct people out of their own homes, out of their own cities, and force them to become slaves. So this concept of kidnapping clearly does not extend to this instance in Deuteronomy. At best, even if we were to take all of Gavin's arguments at face value, all he would be demonstrating is that the Bible flagrantly contradicts itself, and that it both does and does not condone slavery. And at that point, what are we left with? I would say a meaningless conversation. But in conclusion, I'll conclude my rebuttal with this. I did not hear at any point in Gavin's response or Gavin's opening statement where the Bible says, you shall not have slaves. At no point does the Bible ever say that. In neither testament, both the Old and the New Testament tacitly condone the institution of slavery, owning another human being as property. That is what we're talking about. We are not talking about whether or not it was encouraged to own slaves, which I could argue for. We're talking about whether or not it was allowed, and it most explicitly is. And I'll go ahead and give the floor back to Gavin.
Oh, you got 2 minutes approximately if you want.
You can use those 2 minutes, Xerxes, if you want. That's fine.
No, I've said what I needed to say. You're free to respond.
Okay. If you can just keep an eye on the time for me, Bob, please.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, we see a wealth of statements which are just consisting of the fallacy of presentism. Looking back to an ancient culture 3,000-4,000 years ago through the lenses of 21st century culture is not a good idea, because in today's culture we live in what's called a low context society. Back in the ancient Near East, they lived in what was known as a high context culture or society. Now, my learned opponent mentioned many times that the Bible allows for the institution of slavery. I have no beef with that whatsoever, but allowing for the institution of slavery is a long way from condoning it. Now, let's just remind ourselves what the word condone means. It means to accept behavior that is considered morally wrong or offensive. Now, my learned opponent will need to cite me verses in the Bible where God condones slavery, where he approves of it, knowing that it is morally wrong and offensive. God warned the Israelites what would happen if they acquired themselves a king. He said, the king will turn you into slaves. And he was right. Imagine God being right. So we have to be very laser focused and targeted on this word condone, because that's the topic of the debate. Does the Bible condone slavery? No, the Bible does not condone slavery, nor does God condone slavery, because as I said, there's a wealth of pericope that points the other way. God allows for slavery, and in fact, if you wanted to be, sorry, just excuse me a minute. In almost every instance in the ancient Near East, the kind of slavery governed by the Old Testament was debt slavery, where an individual could offer their labor in exchange for an outstanding debt that he could not pay. In the majority of circumstances. So it was debt slavery. Also, too, when you were an Aved or a slave in the ancient Near East, there were certain protections afforded to you, and I'll just list them off. Now this is comparing an Aved, a slave or a servant in the ancient Near East, to a Roman slave or a slave during the antebellum period of the American South. An Aved in the Old Testament got holidays and time off. As a Roman slave, you got no time off. You were worked to the death. In the antebellum South, you got usually Sunday off to go to church. Amazing, eh? You're a slave and you got to go to church. In the ancient Near East, if you were an Aved, you were given plenty of food. You never starved. As a Roman slave, you were always hungry. You never had enough to eat. As an antebellum slave, usually you never had enough to eat either. As an Aved in the ancient Near East, you had legal redress. Redress. Not so as a Roman slave, not so as a slave in the antebellum South. In the antebellum South. You had women had sexual protection through the law as an event in the ancient Near East. You had no sexual protection as a Roman slave or a slave in the antebellum South. Could you be kidnapped? Could you be kidnapped into slavery in the ancient Near East? No, but obviously you could be kidnapped as a Roman slave, and obviously you were kidnapped as an antebellum slave due to the West African slave trade. Were you chained? Were you chained up as a event in the Old Testament? No, but you were as a Roman slave, and you were as an antebellum slave. Were you tortured as a slave or an event in the ancient Near East? No, but you were as a Roman slave, and you were as an antebellum slave. And were you physically abused as an event, a servant or a slave in the ancient Near East? No, because you had legal redress. Not so if you're a Roman slave or a slave in the American South. How's the time, Bob? Hello, Bob. Bob, I can't hear you. I guess I'll keep going. All right. So, look, I have no problem with my opponent.
Really quickly, Gavin, my timer says that you have about 1 minute and 40 seconds left, but that may be inaccurate.
Okay, thanks. I'll just finish off here. So, look, I have no problem with my learned opponent saying that the Bible allows for slavery, because it does. But, let's be a bit real about this. We're looking back at the ancient Near East 3,000-4,000 years ago through the glasses of 21st century culture. We're looking back at a high context culture where in almost every instance the kind of slavery governed by the Old Testament was debt slavery. Individuals offered their labor or their expertise in order to pay off outstanding debt or some wrong that they had committed in society. And God certainly didn't condone slavery, because there will be lots of passages I'll be able to quote that point directly against him condoning slavery. So I guess I'll finish there.
Yeah.
Are you with us, Bob?
Yeah, sorry about that. I had a pop-up and I couldn't get rid of it. I couldn't unmute my mic.
No, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine.
So, Xerxes,
yes.
Your turn.
Oh, I get it.
I think we're now into the... Are we into the
I
rebuttal?
thought we were doing rebuttal, and then straight into the open dialogue, but if I get another turn, I'll be happy to take it.
Yeah, I think it's just open dialogue now, Bob, because I've done rebuttal. I've done rebuttal, and so has Xerxes, so we can just open dialogue now, if you like.
Okay, go.
Yeah, and Bob, it's up to you how long we open dialogue for. Normally it's something like 20 or 30 minutes, but it's totally up to you.
Oh no, it's up to you two. I'll sit here till breakfast.
I think 20 minutes is a good time cap. Assuming we even need to go that far, I'll do 20 minutes open dialogue, and then I think after that we do the audience questions, or is it the closing statement and then the audience questions?
Just short closing statements, Xerxes, and then we'll just answer any questions from the audience.
Fantastic. Okay, so let's start the open dialogue then.
Yep, go for it.
So Gavin, you said repeatedly, you repeated the statement quite a few times that the Bible does allow for slavery, right? The definition of condone is to accept or allow behavior which is considered morally wrong or offensive. So if the definition of condone incorporates the allowance of slavery, well, then we've established, per your own concession, the Bible does condone slavery.
No, they're two separate meanings.
I'm looking at the definition right now on Merriam-Webster. It means to accept or allow for a particular behavior which is considered morally offensive or morally wrong or offensive to continue.
Yeah, I'm looking at the same definition. So what does the Merriam-Webster say for allow? What's the definition for allow?
to I don't know. I can look it up. I didn't think that we would need to debate over the meaning of the word allow. I would assume it means to permit.
Yeah, permit. Yeah. So
and the
permit
Bible does permit slavery. Give someone permission to do something. And the Bible does explicitly give the Israelites permission to own slaves, to own other human beings as property. Regardless of how they treated them, that's not relevant to the topic.
That's not the debate topic. The Bible does permit the Israelites to have slaves.
That is literally the debate topic,
But does the Bible condone it, or does God condone it?
That's
the answer
what it means
is
to
no.
condone. The meaning of the word condone is to permit or to allow or to accept actions which are considered morally wrong or offensive to continue.
That's right. And God does not condone slavery, but he allows it. He permits it, doesn't he?
Gavin, you just said that's right when I gave you the definition of condone, and then you just said God does permit or allow slavery. To permit or allow something considered morally wrong is the definition of condone. Debate over. I don't see what you're arguing here. You're contradicting yourself at this point.
No. Here's the problem. The problem is twofold. One is that you're committing a fallacy of presentism. You're looking back at the Old Testament 3,000-4,000 years ago, and you're looking at it through the eyes of 21st century culture, which is a low context culture, and you're looking back at the high context culture of the ancient Near East. That's not good. It's not good. So,
okay, Gavin, once again, we're not talking about the moral justifications of slavery.
Yet. So in almost every instance, the kind of slavery that was governed by the Old Testament law was debt slavery. This is not like antebellum slavery, like the American South, or like Roman slavery.
Doesn't matter.
Debt slavery. Yeah, it does. Of course it does.
These people were owned as property. That's the definition of slavery. To be owned as a piece of property or to be forced to do labor for a master. Right? An institution acknowledges one person as the property owner.
No. Now, I'm assuming you can't read ancient Hebrew and you can't read Koine Greek like me, right?
I actually can read Koine Greek.
You can?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Well, that gives you an advantage then. So then you must know that what Leviticus 25:44 through 46 says then.
Well, that would have been written in Hebrew, and I do know what that says. Yes.
Yeah, well, it would have been translated into the Greek as well, into the Septuagint.
Okay, are we going to read from the Septuagint, or are we going to read from the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible?
I could care less. I'm just reading from my NIV.
Well, I would prefer, for the sake of the audience and brevity, that we read from the English translation of the Bible. And there is not a single translation of the English Bible that refers to those people as not being property, right? Regardless of the word used to describe them, whether it be ebed, translated as servant or slave, it explicitly says in that passage that these people are allowed to be treated as property, and they were kept as permanent slaves or permanent servants, however you want to word that. But they were permanent property of the people who owned them, and they were bought and sold just like livestock. That is overtly chattel slavery.
And whose decision was it to become an eved? Was it the master or the slave?
Well, generally slavery is not voluntary. That's one of the main requisites of slavery.
No.
Right?
No.
But
That's
Gavin,
wrong.
Leviticus 25:39 through 43 talks about indentured servitude, wherein a person willingly submits themselves to a variation of slavery. But Leviticus 44 through 46, chapter 25, 44 through 46, juxtaposes that regarding the Gentiles, stating that unlike the Hebrews, they can be bought and sold as slaves, and they will be treated as property, and they are kept permanently, as opposed to the Hebrews being allowed to be released after 6 years or in the year of Jubilee.
Okay, so let's focus on that, shall we? Let's focus on Leviticus 20:25. What is the context of the whole chapter of Leviticus 25?
The laws.
And
I don't know what you mean. And I mean, it's laws.
okay, I'll tell you what the context of the entire chapter of Leviticus 25 is. The context is the Sabbath of rest for the land in the 7th year. That's verses 1 through 7. Next is the Jubilee of the 50th year, and also oppression is forbidden. That's verses 8 through 22. Thirdly is redemption of the land and houses. That's verses 23 through 34. Then we have compassion. I'm talking about the context of the whole chapter. Then we have compassion towards the poor, verses 35 to 38. And then we have the money verses, which are called laws respecting bondsmen. And also oppression is forbidden in verses 39 through 55. Yeah. So let's focus on that, shall we? Let's focus on Leviticus 25 and see if you can make a case out of Leviticus 25 that God and the Bible actually condones slavery.
Yeah, I think Gavin, I've already sufficiently done that. The Leviticus chapter 25 verse 46 states that you may treat the Gentiles as slaves, but you may not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. This is a blatant juxtaposition between the treatment of Gentile slaves and Hebrew indentured servants. Right. So this broader context you're attempting to incorporate here regarding the treatment of Hebrew indentured servants is wholly irrelevant. Furthermore, it doesn't matter because we're talking about whether or not God condones slavery, which he clearly does. He allows for the act of owning another human being as property. When God prohibits or discourages something, he makes it explicit. He prohibits having sex with somebody of the same gender. Leviticus 20:13 and Leviticus 18:22. He prohibits the wearing of mixed fabrics. He prohibits the eating of shellfish or pork. And these are explicitly outlined in the same chapter, or in the same book, rather, that you and I are talking about. But at no point does he ever explicitly prohibit or even tacitly prohibit owning another human being as property. He only seems to have a problem with it regarding the treatment of Jews unto each other, not the treatment of the Gentile slaves.
Sure, but he doesn't tacitly condone slavery.
Well, I would say he overtly condones slavery.
Yeah, well, you would say that, but the text doesn't lie, and there's nowhere in the text where God condones slavery,
except for Exodus 21, 1 through 7, Numbers 31, 17 through 19, Deuteronomy 20:15, and Leviticus 25,
we'll come to those.
44 through 46.
We'll come to those.
I've already been over them several times, and they do not. They're completely clear that you are allowed to own people as property, right? To allow something that is considered morally offensive or wrong to continue is to condone it. That is the direct
fallacy of presentism
definition.
That's called a fallacy of presentism. Fallacy of presentism.
What does that even mean?
You don't know what a fallacy of presentism is?
No, please enlighten me. Explain to me how I'm. Yeah, please enlighten me. Explain to me how I'm committing this fallacy.
Okay, well, two things. Number one, you do know what a fallacy of presentism is, because virtually all atheists are guilty of it. But number two, I'll explain it to you.
Whether I'm guilty of it or not doesn't
mean I know what it is. The fallacy of presentism is what you're doing now. You're looking back at the culture, the high context culture of the ancient Near East 3,000-4,000 years ago, and you're judging it through the lens
not judging it at all.
Of 21st century. Of course you're judging it. That's what the debate is about. So you're looking at it and you're passing judgment on it. You need to be quiet when I'm speaking. I'm giving you plenty of time to speak, but you need to be quiet and not overtalk me. So you're looking at the ancient Near East 3,000-4,000 years ago through the glasses of 21st century low context culture, and that's very, very unwise.
Okay, Gavin, I am not arguing that. First of all, Gavin, you're already arguing that even in this ancient culture, God didn't approve of slavery, so even by your own moral standard, slavery would have been morally wrong, despite the fact that it was allowed. So it doesn't matter what time I'm in reflecting on this. I think it's self-evident that everyone, at least in the modern society, and from your own argument, you agree that even God, if he exists according to the Bible, does not morally condone, or at least morally encourage slavery, while he does allow it to be practiced, right? That is the direct definition of to condone something. You're saying
No.
God does not agree with the institution of slavery, but he allows it anyways. That is a condonement. That is the direct definition of condone.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's
okay,
not.
well, this has been enlightening, I shall say. I don't think that we need to use the full 20 minutes because now we're just going in circles. So perhaps we should just move on from this to our closing statements.
Wow. That sounds like a rage quit.
No, I just don't want to keep saying the same thing over and over again. I say it condones it. You say it doesn't. I give you the definition of condone. You agree with the definition of condone. You also then agree that what happens in the Bible fits that definition, and then you don't agree that it's condoning. So I just don't need to continue on this merry-go-round. Like it's not productive. But you take it. You.
Yeah, it's clear. What is clear from the text is that God does not condone slavery. Does not condone. And I kind of thought this might happen where we'd be mucking about with definitions, etc., because this is a classic atheist tactic. But it's clear that God does not condone slavery. Let me see.
Places that he does.
Let me see. No, he doesn't condone slavery.
I mean, if I'm going to give you, I think we should start we're at the hour mark almost, so I think you should just go ahead and start your 5-minute closing. If you want to go first, if not, I'll go first. But if you want to go first with the closing, since I went first with the opening, then by all means, go ahead. If not, I'll take it for 5 minutes.
Well, guess what? You don't actually run this debate, and I'm quite happy to keep making my case that God does not condone slavery. If you want to rage quit, that's totally fine. That's totally fine.
Well,
but
Gavin,
I'm going to keep making my case that
sure, do
that
so
God doesn't condone slavery. So God does not condone slavery. You chose the topic, does the Bible condone slavery? And I'm making a case that God does not condone slavery.
Well, we're not talking about God. We're talking about the Bible. Again, you are persistently refusing to debate the actual topic. You want to talk about whether or not slavery is morally justified, whether or not slavery is benevolent, whether or not God likes slavery. But none of that is relevant to whether or not the Bible condones slavery. And the Bible explicitly does condone slavery. So no, Gavin, I do not desire to continue on this merry-go-round. So
well, you can. Well, you're quite welcome to rage quit. You're quite welcome to rage quit.
I'm not going to rage quit. I would just like for us to move to the closing arguments and then listen to the
well, we'll move
to
the closing arguments and the questions when I'm ready, when I've made my case. So, all right.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I know it eats you up inside, but you know it's just the way it is. So. Let's focus on the favorite atheist pericope, which is Exodus 21. So what do you understand the context of Exodus 21 to be about?
Exodus 21 is regarding the laws of enslaving your fellow Hebrews.
Okay, so the context of Exodus 21 is laws respecting servants. That's verses 1 to 11. And verses 12 to 21 is the judicial laws, and also verses 26 to 36 to the end of the chapter is also about judicial laws. So can you point to anywhere in Exodus 21 that shows unequivocally that God is condoning slavery in Exodus chapter 21?
Yeah, absolutely. When you buy a Hebrew slave, he is to serve for 6 years. Then in the 7th, he is to leave as a free man without paying. If he arrives alone, he is to leave alone. If he arrives with a wife, he is to leave with the wife. And if his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children belong to her master, and the man must leave alone. Exodus chapter 21, verse 1 through 4.
Okay, so Exodus chapter 21, starting at verse 1, going through to 11. This is Matthew Henry's commentary, very well-respected commentator. The laws in these verses relate to the 5th and 6th commandments of the Decalogue, and though they differ from our times and customs, nor are they binding on us, yet they explain the moral law and the rules of natural justice. The servant, the Aved, or the slave, in the state of servitude, was an emblem of that state of bondage to sin, Satan and the law, which man is brought into by robbing God of his glory by the transgression of his parents. Likewise, in being made free, he was an emblem of that liberty wherein with Christ, the Son of God, makes free from bondage his people who are free indeed and made so freely, without money and without price of free grace. Now, I got to ask you, I got a kind of a Mickey Mouse sort of answer before. When somebody enters into a debt slavery arrangement, who approaches who? Is it the master approaching the Aved, or is it the Aved approaching the master?
Previously, when you asked that question, you didn't stipulate that you were referring to debt slavery. You just said slavery. But if you're referring to debt slavery, then it could be either or, right? The master could offer the person slavery as a method of repaying the debt, or the person could offer to sell themselves as a method of repaying the debt.
So but you can read the Septuagint, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not fluent, but I studied it in college.
Okay. Well, in almost, not every instance, but in almost every instance, when dealing with debt slavery, it would be the Aved, okay, who would approach the master and offer his labor or his services in repayment for a debt. So yeah, almost every instance, yeah.
But not every instance. So there are some instances where it's the contrary. But this doesn't have anything to do with the point of whether or not this is allowed, right? This is obviously allowed. You're arguing that this is in fact permitted, but somehow not condoned, which is just patently ridiculous.
I hardly think so. You can't show me one scripture, one verse in the entire Bible where God says, I condone slavery. I approve of slavery. You can't, can you?
Well, I also couldn't give you a passage in the Bible where it says that God condones pool noodles or diners or waffles.
That's called an O.J. Simpson dodge, right? You're dodging more than O.J. Simpson. Yeah, you are.
Because, Gavin, we're not talking about whether or not God condones slavery. We're talking about whether or not the Bible condones slavery. And the Bible does.
It's one and the same. Whether it's
perhaps
God
in your
or the Bible,
ideology, that's fine, but that's problematic for you because I have given you not one, not two, but 6 different passages wherein the Bible explicitly allows for the Israelites to own other human beings as property and to forcefully abduct them from their homes to do so.
Oh, rubbish.
I'm just not interested in squabbling over verbal real estate with you anymore. But to be fair, we have approached the 20-minute mark of this open dialogue.
Yeah, and I'm still outlining my reasons why God does not condone slavery.
Okay, I think the audience gets the point. Maybe you could wrap it up in your closing statement because that's what those are for.
no, maybe you could act a bit more professionally and not think that you're running this debate. Remember, you chose the debate topic. You said, I want to debate you on, does the Bible condone slavery? Right? You chose it. This is your debate topic. Pretty poor choice of words, I think. And when we're talking about the Bible, we're talking about God because the Bible is the words of God. So what else in Exodus 21 do you see as God condoning slavery?
But I need to give you another instance. We haven't settled the first one. When a man sells his daughter into slavery, she shall not go free as the male slaves do. There's another one. If the slave declares, "I love my master, my child,"
wait. You can't shotgun me. You can't shotgun me. You've got to go verse at a time. So, hang on. 21. If a man sells his daughter as a servant, she is not to go free as male servants do, correct? This is the verse you're talking about?
Yeah, 21:7.
Right. So I actually don't believe that you do know Koine Greek, because what this is talking about is a man's daughter being betrothed, or being the bride of a groom. There's nothing to do about master slave kind of relationship. But if you knew Greek, then you'd know that. So it's a pretty poor argument.
Yeah, Gavin, it was a 20-minute dialogue. Can we?
How long have we gone?
Oh, well, 25 minutes or so.
All right. Well, do you want to go? Do you want to go into closing statements, Bob? It's up to you.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you two are agreeable, I don't want to get in the way of your discussion.
Yes, I want to go to closing statements.
The last thing I want to do, you know.
Yeah. Can we have maybe 5 or 10 minutes more just to cover off Exodus 21, Bob? Would that be okay?
I don't consent to this.
Are you happy with that, Xerxes?
No.
Okay.
Of course you're not happy with it, because it exposes the fragility of your position.
As you insist, I suppose.
Can we have 5 minutes? 5 minutes, Bob, on Exodus 21.
Will you do that, Xerxes, as a personal favor? Then Gavin is
Gavin is free to make any arguments he wants about Exodus 21 in his closing statement. I am not going to continue participating in the discussion, so he's free to just talk to himself until such a time when we are allowed to offer our closing arguments. At this point, I am done.
Okay. Right now, the audience is not holding you in very high regard, Xerxes. Refusing to participate is a sign of surrender. But anyway, Bob, just give me 5 minutes to finish off this nonsense about Exodus 21. So,
sure, as long as that's your closing argument.
You can be quiet, Xerxes. You're finished. You're finished. You said you're finished, so you be quiet, and I'll finish off with 5 minutes on Exodus 21, and then we'll go into closing statements. So this is a favorite chapter for the atheists, because they're blind to many things that the text says, particularly, say, Exodus 21, verse 12, where it says, anyone who strikes a person with a fatal blow is to be put to death. So if you're a slave owner, if you own a veg and you smash them and you hit them and kill them, you're going to be put to death. But if it's not done intentionally, if it's like a manslaughter type situation where there was no intention to actually kill somebody, then if God lets it happen, that person, the perpetrator, is to flee to a place that I, this is God speaking, I will designate. But if anyone schemes to kill someone deliberately, right, like plans to kill somebody, that person is to be taken from my altar and put to death, usually by stoning, which is gross as. Anyone who kidnaps someone is to be put to death, whether the victim, the person that's been kidnapped, has been sold into slavery or is still in the kidnapper's position. Is still in the kidnapper's possession. Here's a great one. Here's a great one that the atheists love. Atheists will say things like, if you're a slave master or a slave owner in the Old Testament, you could beat your slave to within almost an inch of their life and get away with it. But that's not actually true, because the text says in Exodus 21, verse 20 through 21, it says, anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result. What is the punishment for the slave master if he beats his slave and the slave dies? The slave master will get killed. He's stoned to death as well. But the slave owner or the eved owner is not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave or eved or servant is their property. So if the slave recovers after a day or two, then there's no culpability on the part of the owner or the slave master. Then we go down to
you got about a minute.
Sorry?
You got about a minute, Gavin.
Okay. This will be the last thing. So then we go down to more judicial laws, and this is more in line with the Lex Talionis. But if there is serious injury, you are to take life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, bruise for bruise. If an owner hits a male or female servant in the eye and destroys it, they must let the slave go free or compensate for the eye. If an owner who knocks out the tooth of a male or female slave, they must let the slave go free to compensate for the tooth. So I'll probably finish up there, Bob, and we can go into closing statements.
Right. Okay, who's going to do the closing statement first?
I thought that was his closing statement. But I suppose
let's hear your closing statement, Xerxes.
I mean, if you need another 5 minutes to argue with yourself, feel free to go.
Yeah,
do you want me to make my closing statement first?
You can continue to be a smartass live on YouTube if you like.
No,
but you need to make a closing argument.
Okay, I will do so. All right, we'll
make it quick. Make it quick.
I'll keep it within the 5-minute framework. So, my opponent throughout the entirety of this debate has at no point repudiated or admonished slavery, citing passages in the Bible. What he does is he quotes or misrepresents passages that have some sort of tertiary or extraneous association to certain acts or deeds revolving around slavery, such as kidnapping. But at no point did he ever provide a single passage in the Bible which states that you are not allowed to own human beings as property. My opponent agreed with my definition of the word condone, which is to accept or allow behavior which is considered morally wrong or offensive to continue. The Bible does this very thing by allowing the Israelites to own other people as property. The word used to describe the slaves in the Old Testament is ebed, which translates both to servant or slave. As I established in my opening statement, slavery is any legal institution which allows for one person to own another as property. Leviticus 25:44-46 explicitly states the Hebrews were allowed to purchase Gentiles, treat them as property, and keep them as permanent slaves. Deuteronomy chapter 20, verse 10-15 makes it absolutely clear that the purposes of taking captives was for forced labor. This passage does not include the word ebed, but rather conveniently just elects to describe the fate of these people with clarity. I ask, what other word do we use to describe people who are violently abducted and forced to work for another person? This same passage also refers to these captives as spoil or plunder in some translations. I defy even the mere possibility of a reasonable interpretation to the contrary. There exists no ambiguity behind these laws, which state in no uncertain terms that people may be owned as property and forced to work for their masters. This semantic ploy is at best a canard and at worst blatantly dishonest. My opponent deceptively liberates the word ibed from the surrounding context, which describes the specific conditions identifying this institution as slavery. Instead of addressing this context, my opponent would rather hide behind obvious prevarication in an indefensibly maverick definition of condone and slavery. If this embarrassing display of equivocation is all my opponent has left to offer, I feel there need be no further discussion on the matter. The breathtaking inanity of this argument is readily apparent not only to myself, but the audience as well. I wouldn't bother insulting their intelligence by entertaining this issue further. Your turn, Gavin.
Okay, so the word is not ebed, it's pronounced eved. So I think you were being less than honest when you said you could understand or read Greek. The topic of the debate is, does the Bible condone slavery? So the Bible and God are interchangeable. They're intertwined. The Bible is the word of God. So when you say, does the Bible condone slavery? It's the same thing as saying, does God condone slavery? Clearly, there is a wealth of pericope that show that God does not condone slavery. And I've challenged my unlearned opponent to show me any verse anywhere where God says, I approve of slavery or I condone slavery. And my opponent cannot, because there's nowhere in the Bible that says that. In fact, God is displeased. He's not happy. He's not enthusiastic about slavery. And he warns the Israelites way back in 1 Samuel chapter 8 that if you have a king, then you're going to be enslaved. And God was right, as I said. My opponent ignores passages like Deuteronomy 23:15 that says, if a slave, and then in brackets it's got eved, has taken refuge with you, right? A runaway eved or runaway slave, do not hand them over to their master. Let them live among you wherever they like and in whatever town they choose. Do not oppress them. Imagine not handing a runaway slave back to his master. My opponent also ignores passages like Exodus 21, which is the money passages, so all atheists think. Here's a good one. This is talking about captive women. All right. So again, we're in Leviticus 25:39 through 40. If your fellow Israelites become poor and sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. Do not make your fellow Israelites work as slaves. They shall be with you as a hired servant and as a sojourner, right? Which is like a foreigner. In Leviticus 19 and 20, the penalty for adultery was death for both parties, right? But in Leviticus 19:20, it says, if a man sleeps with a female slave who is promised to another man, but has not been ransomed or given her freedom, there must be due punishment. And what would the due punishment normally be? It would be death. by stoning. Yet they are not to be put to death, because she has not been freed. Eveds have protection in the ancient Near East, not like in the antebellum South or a Roman slave. Exodus 21, verses 10 through 11. If the husband marries another woman, and that's most unwise, okay, because any man in the Bible that had multiple wives ended up miserable. If he marries another woman, he must not deprive his first wife of her food, clothing, and marital rights. If he doesn't provide these three things, food, clothing, and marital rights, she is to go free. She is to go free. She has her freedom without the payment of any money. So she's not enslaved to him. And in Exodus 21, verse 7, if a man sells his daughter as a servant, she is not to go as male servants do. If she does not please the master who has selected her for himself, he must let her be redeemed. He has no right to sell her to foreigners because he has broken faith with her. Now, if my opponent could read Greek as he said he could, which we know that to be untrue, he would know that the text is talking about the bride being offered for marriage to a prospective husband. And arranged marriages were as common as anything back in the ancient Near East. So I'm going to finish up with the fact that in almost every instance, not every instance, but almost every instance, the kind of servanthood or slavery that was governed by Old Testament law was debt slavery, where an individual would offer their labor or their skills in exchange for an outstanding debt that they could not pay. Now, that sucks from our perspective in the 21st century, but indebted servitude was part of the economic fabric of the ancient Near East 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. It was normal, it was accepted, and nobody was looked down upon if they were an Eved or if they were a slave. And
Gavin,
it's not.
I think your 5 minutes is up there. Can we go to questions?
Okay. Yeah, I'll stop there. I'll stop. That's fine. I'll stop.
I'm sure somebody can ask you a question that will allow you to finish what you were saying there.
Okay. No. Can I just one more sentence? So, in the ancient Near East, debt slavery was an accepted part of the economic fabric of the era, of the time, of the high context culture that the Israelites lived in. And I'll finish there.
Yeah. Well, we do have slavery still today, don't we, in Africa, Libya? And I would argue, actually, that we've still got slavery in modern society in the work.
Yeah, we do. We do.
I mean, you go to work and earn, what, $300 a week? But you're actually really earning about 1,000. So, I mean, it's like...
Yeah, but there's still sex slavery that goes on, particularly in Europe, Bob. And also, military conscription. If you really wanted to drill down deep into it, military conscription, the draft, is a type of slavery, because not everybody who gets drafted actually wants to go to war and be a soldier.
No, they don't.
They'd prefer not to be.
Yeah.
I actually agree with that.
Yeah. And I got to say, I do believe that, I mean, we could argue about the definition of slavery, indentured servitude. I do believe sincerely that it actually saved a lot of lives in those days.
Absolutely.
Really, a lot of lives. I mean, if there was a war between like Israel and, I don't know, Babylon, they certainly took a lot of slaves.
Yep.
And And if you had to leave Israel, where are you going to go? Egypt or Rome?
Good luck. Good luck.
You know, well,
good luck. You were enslaved by the Egyptians for 400 years, so good luck going back there.
Yeah. Anyway, that is only my opinion. I'm not judging the value of the debate. There were Xerxes. You've obviously heard of rebuke and reprove, have you?
I have, yes. He's subscribed to my channel and persistently comments on my videos.
Yeah, he wants to debate you.
Well, he knows where to find me. My Discord contact is in my bio on my YouTube channel, and is my email. So if he wants to organize a debate with me or just have one on the fly, he can join any of the rooms that I frequent on Discord.
Right. Now, Ravi asks, obviously, I think he's leveling this at you, Gavin. How do the Christians justify Numbers 31, verse 18, King James Bible?
That's where it says, now go forth and kill all the men and kill all the women who have known a man by sleeping with him. Kill also all the little boys, but you may keep alive for yourselves all the young virgin girls.
How do the Christians justify it? What's the verse? Where does it start?
Numbers chapter 31, verse 17 through 19.
17. Oh, now kill all the boys. Yeah. Now kill all the boys and kill every woman who has ever slept with a man, but save you for yourselves every girl who has never slept with a man. Yeah, so God's instructing them to keep the virgins alive. Anyone who has killed someone or touched someone who was killed must stay outside the camp for 7 days. On the 3rd and 7th days, you must purify yourselves and your captives. Yeah, so the question is, how do the Christians deal with that? Well, it's a kind of a weird question because this is kind of how it was back in the ancient Near East, back in those days. You're looking at the life circumstances of people 3,000-4,000 years ago, and what's the word?
Presentism.
Yeah. You're looking at through the glasses of presentism, through the glasses of 21st century culture. We're in a low context culture now, today in the 21st century. Back then, they lived in what's called a high context culture. So different culture, different times, different circumstances, and it was pretty normal for that sort of thing to happen back then. So that's my answer.
Right. Hold on, I've got it. I'm not 100% sure what moral relativism is, but I think
I can explain that, Bob, if you want.
Morality based on an individual's particular relative view, worldview. Is that it?
Yep, pretty much, yeah.
Have you read some of the comments in the side chat? Because I have made them visible.
I can't see them, Bob. I can't see them.
I can see them.
Oh, well, I'll go through. There's quite a lot of them.
Is there any questions? Is there any questions, Bob? Or Xerxes?
Andrew Graham, obviously Kenny, rebuke and reprove. I don't know of any others. I think Mike hit. I'm not sure.
If they've got questions, Bob, just fire them at us.
Oh, he's Dave. They're not so much questions, just. Yeah, they haven't put a lot of questions in there. A lot of them are just sort of jibes, really.
Okay. Are they kind of like just statements?
Yeah.
Right. That's okay. That's fine.
Well, I can answer a few questions that people posed to me that I read. I was expecting, Bob, that you would read the questions off for us one by one, but
Well, there weren't so many questions there, really. But
there was a couple that were asked towards me. So Rebuke and Reprove asked if I would debate this exact same topic on this channel with him again, and my answer to that is no. I mean, my argument wouldn't change. I would basically just be using the exact same opening argument and the exact same rebuttal, and the exact same open dialogue would occur. If Rebuke and Reprove wants to debate me on the subject, I mean, he's welcome to come into the Discord and debate me, right? We can go on neutral ground where I don't have any like mod powers or anything. But I'm not going to waste the audience's time with this exact subject again. I've said all I need to say. My arguments aren't going to change. Rebuke made the claim that I can't just quote passages from the Bible to prove that the Bible condones slavery, which is interesting to me because what would I need to do to demonstrate that the Bible condones slavery? If the Bible saying that you may own slaves is not enough to demonstrate the Bible condones slavery, I don't know what would be. But you know, like I said, I've gave my piece on this, and I don't feel the need to revisit the topic, at least not so soon. If he wants to debate me on a different topic on this same channel, that's fine. But I mean, for the sake of the audience and for you, I don't think anybody wants to suffer through this exact topic twice in a row. Nor does my audience want to suffer through the same topic.
Well, nobody's actually suffering. The problem is that you cannot find anywhere in the Bible where God says, "I approve of slavery" or "I condone slavery." You can't find that anywhere.
I think slavery is a bit of a loaded word, really. It was more like indentured servitude. It was either a choice of live with a family, survive, at the very least, get fed, watered, and somewhere to sleep, a roof over your head, or just risk being killed, murdered in the countryside, in other countries, or whatever, you know. I can see the utility of it. I'm not keen on the word slavery. It does apply. Indentured servitude is a bit closer. But I mean, there were very rough times then. I mean, the whole, you know, it'd be very difficult to live in the countryside, just traveling around without a firm sort of.
Yeah. We have to remember too, the culture of the time in the ancient Near East. They had two. Life was tough, right? There was no welfare, no handouts or anything, but there was two things that those who lived in the ancient Near East were always fearful of. The first one was war, and the second one was famine. Those were the two greatest concerns for those who lived in the ancient Near East.
There's a question there for you, Gavin.
Yep.
Can you read it on screen, or do you want me to read it out?
No, just read it to me.
A question to Gavin. When his God changed religion, first he was non-denomination, creation time, then Jewish, then Christian. I'm not sure I understand that question.
What is his question?
I'm not entirely sure I understand it either.
It's not intelligible.
Maybe ask him to write it a bit more clearly, Bob.
A question to Gavin. I'm going to be try and be charitable with what he's saying here. When did his God change his religion? First he was non-denominational, creation time. Then he's Jewish, and then he's Christian. Well, I think I see what he means.
Yeah. That's an idiot question, because God doesn't have a religion.
No.
So.
Yeah, I think there is a qualitative difference between slavery. See, when you say the word slavery, I hate to use the word conjure, but when you use the word slavery, it conjures up all sorts of idea of people chained up, their hands and feet chained and just being abused, starved, made to work to death, and then dumped. I think the Romans did a lot of. But we got indentured servitude today, and it's legal.
Yep. We've also got sex slavery today, and that's illegal, Bob.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we want to go into the vote now and wrap it up?
Yeah.
No more questions, Bob?
Doesn't appear so.
Rob Reed is saying you lost, Xerxes, when you defined condone as accept or allow.
That's just a statement. It's not a question. But I'd have to agree with Rob Reed.
Yeah. Well, I can't think of anything else to say. I know. Are you sure you can't see the side chat, Gavin?
No, not on my phone,
He's on
brother.
a phone. He wouldn't be able to see it.
Oh, right. Okay.
If anyone's got a question, maybe if they typed it in capitals, it would be easier to see, Bob.
Yeah.
Well,
What Andrew Gray was asking, what impact does this have on the gospel?
Is it a question for me,
Yeah.
Bob?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm assuming so, yeah.
Okay. What impact does the fact that God doesn't condone slavery have on the gospel? It has a very powerful effect, and it demonstrates that the Imago Dei is something that God takes really seriously, that everybody is made in the image of God. However, this is not how the atheist sees other people. I'll give you an example, and this is the hard-nosed atheist. They're not actually atheists; they're like anti-theists. They're direct polar opposites to theists, particularly on places like Clubhouse. But I'll give you two situations where a hard-nosed Clubhouse atheist would put little to no value on the life of these two people. One would be a really elderly person who lives in a rest home and hasn't had any visits from family or friends for a long time. And that person just dies quietly in their sleep. There's also the example of an unborn developing child in the womb of its mother, and that child gets aborted. Now, in those two instances, the hard-nosed Clubhouse atheist would place little to no value on those two human lives. But the theist is different. We put infinite value on the life of anybody, everyone and everybody, no matter what their station in life.
So are we done?
Because no, look, you can be quiet. If you want to rage quit, you can go away if you want to.
We're not even.
But here's the thing. Don't overtalk me. Here's the thing. The Imago Dei stares back at you every morning when you look in the mirror. Why atheists can't see that is beyond comprehension.
Okay.
I'll yield there.
Well, I'm going to go back to the Discord server. If anybody wants to hop in and chat with me there, I welcome it.
Off you go. Off you
Goodbye.
go. Bye. Good riddance. Thanks, Bob. Can you hear me, Bob? Hello, Bob.
Sorry, I'm
Bob,
muted.
Bob.
Yeah.
No, that's okay. That's called a rage quit, Bob. that's the atheist rage quitted, so I automatically get the win.
Yeah, Jack's saying it was a dumpster fire.
Hardly.
Yeah, I've
Hardly.
seen Jack Burton on Clubhouse. He's
Who said that? Who said that?
Jack Burton.
Oh, okay, I don't know him. I don't think that was a dumpster fire, Bob. What do you think?
No, I wouldn't say so. Another thing I would point out is that the Christians are slaves to Christ rather than slaves to the world.
Yeah, but I'd rather be a slave to Christ, Bob, than a slave to a man.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. So in the end, the atheist rage quitted, so that gives me an automatic win. And that guy, this is all being recorded, so
yeah,
I think Rob Reed said it best. The atheist lost as soon as he explained the word condone, meaning allow. And Rob Reed's a lawyer, so lawyers kind of know their English.
Yeah, they need to.
Yeah, but you did a good job of modding, Bob, for a first time modding. That was pretty good.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
appreciate
that was good, man. That was good.
You've got a debate coming up with Mick Graves, haven't you? In a week.
But that's not for a couple of weeks. But if you want to host and moderate that, that'd be cool.
Oh, Kenny's got a question here. Oh, that was from
okay. The atheist is gone.
Yeah, I didn't notice that one. Sorry, Ken.
Can you ask it, Bob? I might be able to answer it.
Kenny says, I'm married and the government has approved my union and I've got a honeydew list as long as 2 human arms. Is the government sanctioning my wife being a meanie?
Okay, I'll answer the question seriously. God is sanctioning your marriage, Kenny, as you well know. I mean, it's like the student talking to the master here. God is sanctioning your marriage. Your union was a declaration, a covenant made before God, as you well know. And I think we should all thank God in our prayers for Mrs. Tammy Rhodes, because Mr. Kenny Rhodes would only be half the man he is today without his lovely wife.
Yeah, Jack Burton quotes Leviticus 25 verse 44. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves.
Yeah.
I mean, even in this country, when somebody bought a slave, I think they were better looked after than those people in the workhouses in England in the 18th.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, look, that's true. And look, for Jack Burton's question, nobody's denying that there was slavery in the ancient Near East, Jack. But the debate topic is, did God condone it? Did he approve it? No. There's no scripture anywhere in the Bible that God says, I approve of slavery or I condone slavery. In fact, God highly disapproved of slavery. That is clear.
But there is a utility to it, Gavin. I mean, we use that word slavery so quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, as I said earlier, I don't want to keep repeating it. It did save a lot of lives.
Certainly did.
You know.
Certainly did. And you're right, Bob. When you take into consideration the culture 3,000 to 4,000 years ago, no welfare, no government assistance. You had to fend for yourselves. That's why it was called a high context culture, where the emphasis was put on the family, the wider community, and the wider body of Christ, because you needed each other to survive in those times.
Well, Paul said it well, didn't he? But given by the Holy Spirit, if you don't work, you don't eat.
Yep, that's right. That's right. That's right. Yep. Good. Good spotting there. Good spotting.
Yeah. I'm sure I saw a news unit in here earlier. I don't know where.
Actually, that's the first time. Is it the first time? I'm trying to think. I think that's the first time an atheist has ever rage quitted on me. I'd have to think hard. But that's not good form. To rage quit is not good form. At the very least, you should see a debate out to its finish. Even if you're losing, you lose in a gallant, gentlemanly way. You don't just spit the dummy and throw all your toys out of the cot.
Yeah. Dr. Kenny Rhodes says, does the Geneva Treaty condone war? Well, it probably doesn't, but we're still having wars.
We are. We are.
Yeah. Oh, I thought I saw Dave News Unit here, but he isn't. It must have been. Oh, there he is.
G'day, Dave.
Yeah. I think he. I don't know if he's still there.
Do you wanna invite some of these people in, Bob, into the room if they want to have a chat?
It will have to only be people I know because I don't want to be.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Bombed.
Yeah. So just let in people that you know. Let in people that you know.
I'll put a picture up on screen so that they can't.
Oh, actually, Bob, this is the second time. This is the second time somebody's rage quitted on me. The other person was Nicholas Whitmire.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And Jesse Camping was moderating that debate, and Nicholas Whitmire rage quitted. So this is number 2.
Yeah. Yeah. I put a link in the side chat if somebody wants to come in. Yeah.
Yeah, come on in, folks. Come on in, have a chat.
I think God was, because Kenny made an excellent point there, regulating slavery. I mean, obviously God knew it was going to happen anyway, but he did make sure his people didn't abuse his slaves by giving laws, commandments regarding it.
That's right. Yeah, 100% spot on. But you'll never find a passage anywhere in all of Scripture where God says, I approve of slavery or I condone slavery. You won't find that anywhere. This is just it's just a trope that atheists have made up,
Well, the atheists are always going on about the problem of evil, understandably, but it's just just because there's evil in the world, it's almost as though they're blaming God for it all.
Yeah, of course they blame God for it.
And I would say, and I'm not speaking on God's behalf, but God would say, well, look, you're down there, right? Why aren't you doing something about it? And it's people doing it. They're being allowed to do it.
That's right. And why are we being allowed to do it? It's because we have free will, Bob. We have the freedom to do otherwise.
Yeah, we got a secondary agency.
That's dead right.
Yeah.
But that's a very weak. That's a very weak objection that atheists throw at us. Is if God was all loving, and all loyal and all omnibenevolent, which that word never appears in the Bible, but they've made that word up, there would be no evil or suffering in the world. This is kind of the road they go down.
I was on Clubhouse when they started using that. Heidi went into a room. John Lee might have been in there or something.
Right.
Matt Yester. I know she got called out on it. She couldn't define omnibenevolent. I thought, I've never heard that before. So I fired the same question at her about 6 times.
Good
then
on
she comes out, starts another room and starts claiming victory. What victory? Honestly, I really couldn't comprehend it.
Yeah, a lot of them live in a fantasy world, Bob.
Well, I've tried to ask atheists what their morality is based upon.
Yeah.
But it seems to be based on, like, chemistry, brute facts. It is what it is. Reality, close quotes. Yeah.
Yep. They have nothing. The atheist has nothing to ground their morality in except themselves.
Yeah.
And then the next question is, are you infallible? Are you always right? And if they say yes, they're just lying.
Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't look like anybody's.
Like Xerxes said he could read Greek. I don't believe that for a minute. I don't believe that for a minute.
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know.
From what he was saying, I don't believe he can read Greek.
I don't believe studying Greek and Hebrew. I mean, I've studied Hebrew and Greek. I can read it. I used to be able to write all of Genesis 1 out from memory.
Really?
In Hebrew,
Really?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, it's years ago. I mean, it's 20 odd years since I've done any Hebrew and Greek.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
But that's pretty amazing that you could write it out in ancient Hebrew. I mean, I can't. I probably
couldn't do it now.
Yeah.
If only I'd have kept it up, but I sort of realised, there's no necessity for it. I can get a good concordance, but my Bible itself is a dictionary inbuilt in the text by the Holy Spirit. So
yeah. Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah, Jack Burton, regulating an act, meaning you allow the act, given it conforms to your regulations. Well, I think it was regulated. I'm not so sure I like the word slavery. I mean, the Jews were slaves in Egypt, but I think the Jews, when they were in more prosperous times, did take on indentured servants, especially after some sort of war or whatever. They were looked after.
Absolutely.
Do you want to talk to Jack Burton?
Yeah, if you want to let him in, yeah.
Yeah, I've no problem. I just make sure he's not going to palm bomb me.
Yeah, just give me 10 seconds. I just need to turn the heater off.
Do you know him? Have you spoken to him? Jack, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, okay. How are you? Gavin will be back.
Good. No worries.
Yeah, I heard you're on Club. Well, I'm in England, so I don't know what time it was. You was on Clubhouse today. I was listening to you. I think you were talking to Darth, weren't you?
No, I haven't talked to Darth in a while.
Who was it then?
I don't know.
I can't remember. Yeah, here's Jack.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Jack, what's your position? Are you atheist or theist or what?
I'm a deist.
You're theist.
Deist, yeah.
Theist, cool, man. What did you think of it?
No, deist, DEIST.
Oh, deist. Oh,
Deist.
okay. What did you think of the debate, Jack?
Well, it seemed like a concession from the get-go because we're laying out the rules for slavery. And if you're going to lay out the rules for an act, you're already saying you may perform the act just given that you follow the rules. So I don't see why that was in dispute.
What was in dispute was God condoning slavery,
Yeah, and
or
if he
was the
sends
Bible condoning slavery?
right, and since Mosaic law just delineates how you're supposed to keep and treat slaves, that just seems like an admission outright. Yes, the act of slavery is condoned. Just follow it by these rules.
No, God doesn't condone or approve of slavery. He allows it, but that's not condoning or approving of it.
I don't see the difference. Where's the difference that you're seeing?
There's a big difference between the word condone and allow.
Okay. Where do you see the difference between condoning an act and allowing an act?
Allowing an act is permitting an act. Condoning is accepting behavior that is considered morally wrong or offensive.
So, what are you just rejecting the claim that it's morally wrong or offensive then?
No, Jack. God disapproves of slavery. He finds it to be morally wrong and offensive. So God does not condone slavery.
Well, then why does he lay out rules as to how you're supposed to obtain and treat slaves?
Wow, gee whiz, what do you think?
Well, he's allowing it to happen, so he's saying if you're going to do this, do it this way. It's basically people. I'm asking God, may I own slaves? God saying, sure, just own them this way. How I've pointed out in the Bible. That's allowing it. That's condoning it, unless you're going to argue that it's not immoral or it's not offensive.
Great. Show me the scripture where somebody says to God, can I own slaves? And God says, sure.
Right. I can't point out where in the Bible it doesn't say Jesus was a velociraptor. Therefore, Jesus was a velociraptor. That's the kind of argument you're using right there.
No, it's the kind of argument you're using. If you don't know the difference between condone and allow, then you shouldn't really be having this discussion.
Well, condone is by definition allowing something. What you're allowing is behavior that's considered morally wrong or offensive, which is what is being argued. So I don't see where the disconnect is.
Well, seems everybody else can.
Well, clearly not. That's the whole point of having the debate in the first place.
Yeah, there's a big difference between in the meaning of the word allow and the meaning of the word condone.
Right.
Well,
things that are allowed, the set of all things are allowed includes things that are condoned. And within the things that are condoned, those are just acts that are considered morally wrong or offensive. Now, the only argument you have from that point then is that either it's not morally wrong or offensive, or it's just not condoned. So,
And my argument was that it's not condoned because nowhere in the Bible does God say, I approve of slavery, I condone slavery.
I believe it says regarding your slaves who you may have. And that's what, Deuteronomy or Leviticus? And one of the verses says, in regards to your slaves who you may own. So you may own them.
Yeah. Do you can you understand the ancient Hebrew or the Koine Greek?
Does may mean something different in Hebrew or Greek?
Well, the question is the eveds that were involved in the transaction of debt slavery, did they approach the owner or did the owner approach them?
That's irrelevant to the point.
Ken,
Oh, come on, man. It's highly relevant.
No,
It's
we're just talking
highly
about owning
relevant.
people. We're talking about owning people. Do we agree that slavery means
Fallacy
owning
of
people?
presentism, fallacy of presentism. You keep making
Presentism?
it.
Are you
Yep.
saying it's different because we're in modern times and that was ancient times? Is that an argument you're making?
Yeah,
So you're
well,
arguing
that's
for
one of the arguments. Yeah,
okay,
that's one of
so
the arguments.
that's moral relativism. Okay, I don't think you're a moral relativist, so I don't think you should pursue that line of thought.
Well, you're arguing from the fallacy of presentism.
I'm not arguing from that point. I'm saying owning people means owning people. Do you disagree that
According to
slavery
who? According to who?
is that not the agreed term? Are we just talking past each other on definitions?
No, no.
Hey, can I jump in real
You're
quick,
saying
Gavin?
owning people is wrong, and I'm saying
I
according to who?
haven't made that claim.
Hey, Gavin,
I
can I
thought you just said.
bring some clarity?
Sure.
Yeah.
Shalom, Dr. Kenny.
Hey, how you guys doing?
oh yeah,
Hey, Jack.
The atheist rage quitted. Dr. Kenny, the atheist rage quitted.
I've been watching the whole time. Yeah. I wanted to ask if it is within, say, the purview of a human being, or even in a court of law. If a judge says, someone says, I object, and then the judge says, I'll allow it. Now, there's different meanings behind allow. I would say two: allow with approval or allow with disapproval. I think because of the context we're in, let me give an example. If I tell my son, hey, it's not good for you to sleep with a girl before you get married, I don't want that for you. But if you do, there's something called a condom. I think that's reasonable. And I'm not condoning the actions of my son. I'm regulating it to make sure that if he expresses his will, he doesn't get hurt even more. That's the bigger picture. And that's
good illustration. That's a good illustration.
Yeah, that'd be a great argument if it explicitly laid out in the Bible that you cannot own slaves. It flat out expressly says you may own them.
Again, I don't know what it is, but a subjunctive is a future possibility. It is not a command to engage in an activity. So to say you may do it is not a command. You shall do it or you will do it.
Yeah, it's saying may, unless you want to argue the translation is off, but
I'm going to argue for the way language is used, and if or may, those are helping words for subjunctives, which is an expression of a desire or a will or a possibility. So when God says you may, that is expressing if in case this happens, this is how this should take place. That's not allowing with approval. That's allowing without approval. And I think I can say that as a father, and God certainly can say that as our creator.
sure, but in that case, you just would use the word might. If you find yourself owning slaves, if by some reason you happen to find yourself using slaves, but in the majority of the translations I've read, it's always saying whom you may have or which you may own. You may acquire them, and it uses it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I would almost bet that is what would be equivalent to subjunctive. I don't have the text before me. I hated Hebrew because it's so hard, but the Hebrew is very explicit in its verbs. It's very poor in nouns, but the verbs do have such a distinction that it's permit with approval or permit without approval. Now that's just an illustration, but I'm illustrating the specificity of Hebrew verbs. So it keys me off that the translation, by virtue of having a, that is not a permission with approval or a command. It is simply it's a possibility, and we're regulating. And that's the best answer I can give you. If you don't want to accept it, that's fine. But
well, I understand. No, I understand. Linguistically, your argument does make sense if that's the actual context it's being put in. But like in specifically Leviticus 25 where it's using may and it uses it repeatedly, not
we
just once
can
or twice.
figure this out. We can figure this out by simply looking at and seeing what the tense of the verb is.
Yeah, Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. Like may comes up. I'm using
No,
NASB, but it.
No, I'm not talking about may, because may is a helping verb. Okay, it's not going to be translating one word. There's not going to be a one-word correlation between may necessarily in Hebrew. Now there is in Greek, but I'm just saying that because verbs are very explicit, when we do helping verbs, shall have been, which would be future perfect. Okay, the Hebrew is very explicit in the kind of action. I mean, there's activity where there's causal from the outside, causal from the inside. I mean, it's very, very specific in the kind of action. I think you have to take that in consideration and not use this word may as seeing it as a command, but I think it's probably a subjunctive, or what would be, well, it's translated with English. So
Sure, but when you translate it to English, like the use of the word doesn't really change the meaning of the entire text, because in this passage specifically, we're talking about having them, acquiring them, inheriting, or having them inherited to your sons. It's
to be
not
honest with
saying,
you,
it's not telling you that what you have to do. It's saying this is allowable. These are all. If you find yourself owning slaves, this is what is allowed to be done within the purview of owning slaves.
Well, because we've exhausted my knowledge on Hebrew verbs at this point, and I don't have anything in front of me, I'm just kind of, just ate lunch. I can't argue any further with you, because at this point you're arguing from your ignorance and I would be arguing from my ignorance.
Right.
The way to fix this is to look at it in a Bible program, see what the parsing is, and that'll tell you exactly the type of action, the kind of action. And we'll see if it's a command or a subjunctive, as I'm suggesting. And I mean subjunctive in English terms. I don't know what the Hebrew is off the top of my head.
Sure, that's no problem.
How are you doing, Ken? I hope you're well.
I have my ups and downs, as usual. I'll feel good for a couple hours, and then I'll, feel horrible for a few hours, and I'll feel good, but my body's just, trying to repair itself, because I'm totally off all pharmaceuticals right now. So my body is shocked. I was on pain medication for 15 years, or 20 years, actually, between 15 and 20. So, and I would say my dopamine levels are so low that I'm really struggling with feeling depressed. So I kind of just want to go hide in a corner and lay down, but I know that's not good for me. So I'm trying to keep busy, keep my mind off of my discomfort.
We're praying for you, Dr. Kenny. Don't worry. We are praying for you.
Yeah, I can feel the prayers. I really can. I know that sounds strange to an atheist, but I can feel, the desires of well-being for me, and I feel God answering those on behalf of those requests. I really do.
Yeah. Everything is going to be fine. It's going to work out fine. And I know what you're experiencing. I've felt that. And at times it feels like you're always going to be in this valley, but you actually are not going to be always in the valley.
Yeah, it's been 18 months every day, except for, I'd say, the last couple of weeks. I've had a break.
Yep. Yeah. Yep.
But it's still about, every other day. And now it's like I stay up for like 24 hours or 36 hours, and then I'll fall asleep for 12 hours. It's really weird. It's like my system is so off. I can hardly do anything. Yeah,
when I was very unwell, Kenny, I had about 4 years of it, 4 to 5 years of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. I wouldn't
No.
even wish it on Rob Reed.
I wouldn't wish it on Praise. I wouldn't wish it on Praise, Kenny.
Oh, that's funny. No, I'm trying to reach out and be more cordial and
Yeah.
I was going through a hard time, man. I mean, things could set me off really easy, and when you look at the context, it's like, I wish at times I wouldn't have blew up the way I did, but
Sure.
gosh, I can't do anything else but say, hey, I've got some struggles, medical struggles right now, and people are poking at me, and people I love in a way that's so disgusting. I don't even know what to do. It almost makes me feel like I'm going crazy. I want to rip out the sink and smash the toilet, like Johnny Cash does.
Yep.
Because it's like the injustice is so much.
Yes.
And people won't pause enough to even care to listen.
Yes, sir.
And that's why I'm reaching out to Rob, even Vicky. I mean, I want to see if these guys are real. I can tell you right now, Vicky's not real. I don't know about Rob.
I could have told you that about Thicky, Dr. Kenny.
Yeah, I figured it out right away after my first conversation with him, because there's no way that, okay, this is what happened the first time I met Vicky. Okay, I'm in Smokey's room, he's in there, and then he passively aggressively asked me, what do you think if somebody does this? Should they do this? All the while Smokey's in the room, I know he's talking about Smokey, and I say, listen, I'm not going to be involved or engaged in this kind of stuff. Not going to do it. Well, the next day there's a video about me. Kenny Ray's a false teacher.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm a false teacher. I mean, there was nothing in the conversation about my teaching. I told him I wasn't going to get involved in this with him and play these shenanigans. Now I'm a false teacher. That tells me that Thick Shades is from the pit of hell, or at least that's the desires that are controlling him. He has no discernment. I was refusing as a mature individual to not be used as a weapon against somebody else. People like to do that a lot with pastors. I will not engage in those shenanigans. Well, I'm a false teacher.
Yep.
Don't get me started. I can rip out the sink.
No. Look. I agree with you, Dr. Kenny. I've seen through Thicky for all the time he's been involved in the community. But then, what do you do with people like Brother Praise, who sees Thicky as his elder, and respects him as an elder?
Well, I would say that Praise is not only non-discerning, but is mentally worse off than even I am right now. And that's saying a lot. He has no discernment, and I have pity on Praise because his sister does abuse him in the sense of manipulating him.
Yes.
She's a hypocrite when it comes to Praise, stand up for yourself against Darth Dawkins. And then now she's telling him, I can't come in. And
I think that's crazy.
I literally tried to come in like 4 or 5 times because I knew what was happening. I knew that Olive was kicking me out each time because Praise had no idea what was going on.
Right,
and
okay.
So that's how I exposed it. And they're really mad at me now because I just don't take any crap off of Christians that don't know what they're talking about. It doesn't matter if they're women or they're men. I'm an equal opportunity offender. When you're doing nonsense, I'm going to call it out,
So this is an honest question for you. You wouldn't rate the discernment of Olive or Sparrow as very high?
No, their discernment is very low.
Right.
Absolutely. I think they're saved. I think Praise is saved. But the discernment in that circle is woefully lacking.
Yes.
I mean, to be honest with you, and I'll give you an illustration. Now, watch the way I say it. You have no idea how the Lord or how the enemy has used certain people against me. And yeah, the enemy can use you once. Yeah, in a weakness or whatever. But if you're constantly an instrument of the enemy in my life, that tells me something. And believe it or not, Praise and the gals there, they have been able to inflict pain on me that other people can't and haven't, because I literally care for them.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, you probably know exactly how I feel. And
I
it's
do.
sad. And
I
everybody
do.
is manipulating. I mean, we all said Praise is being manipulated by everybody around him.
Yep.
And the thing is Smokey and I, we weren't trying to manipulate him. We were trying to make him better. I don't think Olive is trying to make him better. She's trying to control him. Those gals hijacked his program. I guarantee you he could not get rid of them if he wanted to.
Yep.
It's like what would you call it? Some sort of parasite or something. It's like once it's in, man, you ain't getting that thing out, because it's going to destroy the whole thing.
Yeah.
And that's what's happened now. And Praise has sadly, he is a victim in a lot of ways, but he is culpable because he knows what he's doing. And he gets a lot of fun out of poking and digging in to really, here's the thing. I know when the enemy is messing around in the church, because if somebody doesn't like the pastor, it's like, okay, leave. But when they leave and rip other congregants away, that's the work of the enemy.
That's right. That's dead right, sir.
The enemy always rips and always tears.
That's right. So this guy, this atheist today, he's the only atheist that's rage quitted on me. But I've actually been rage quitted on by Nicholas Whitmire, so I've got 2 rage quits to my credit.
Yeah, you might even join the 5-timers club. I don't know. Smokey might be the president of that one. I don't know if I've ever had anybody rage quit on me. I don't pay a whole lot of attention, but I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just I don't remember.
Sure.
But yeah, it's interesting. And I think why he did that, King Xerxes, he came off as a very articulate and informed person, but you caught him on a very simple philosophy 101 mistake, and it embarrassed him. That's what happened.
Right.
Because it all comes down to, just like Rob said, allowing is not approving. I mean, if allowing was approving, then they would be the same words.
Yes.
They're
but
not
they're
even
not.
synonyms. They're not even synonyms.
No. That's right.
So it's like you
can't
equivocate allowing with approving. They're two different words, 2 different concepts.
That's right.
I mean,
that's right.
Learn to communicate, learn language. Of course, I'm speaking to the choir, but because I got the biggest problems, with, at least gaffes myself. I always felt sorry for George W. Bush, because I was prone to doing that stuff all the time, every Sunday.
Right.
Misspeaking.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Dr. Kenny, I set my alarm this morning for 6 a.m., but for some reason I was awake at 5:30, and it was cold, man. It was like 40 degrees in my apartment. I didn't want to get out of bed.
Yeah, we had that once when our heater went out, and it was the coldest time in the winter here in California. It was below freezing.
Yeah, it's 10:15 a.m. Saturday morning for me here, but the sun is streaming in through my ranch slider doors now, and the place is nice and warm and toasty. But it was a tough week this morning. I was trying to get the place warm and trying to last minute go over my notes and all this kind of thing. And that's the first debate I've had on slavery.
You did a fantastic job. You really did.
Oh, thank you.
Great. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, rage quitting's never good. Even if you're losing, it's better to be gallant and lose in a gentlemanly way than to rage quit, because rage quitting is pretty girly, It's pretty feminine.
slamming the door and running away.
Yeah, throwing all your toys out of the cot and your pillow and your mattress as well.
Yeah, but I can't blame people. You know, we all have our issues. We all have our shortcomings. You know, and if you're not, here's the thing. If there's anything that distinguishes me from other people, is I have more failures. So it's pretty easy for me now to say, yeah, you know, I screwed up. I misunderstood the term. Man, I you know, it's easy for me to do that because that's the story of my life. But
Yeah.
King Xerxes, he sounds like a very sharp guy. I don't know how old he is, but this may be the first time he's made such a slip in definitions, and
Right.
it's embarrassing.
Right.
It would have been I would have had a lot more respect if he would have said, hey, you know what? You're right. But he doubled down on it, and that's when he lost.
That's right. So doubling down and then rage quitting is you lose by a wider margin if you double down and then you rage quit.
Yeah, matter of fact, he might have even won the debate, quote unquote, if he would have said, you know, Gavin, I really wasn't thinking clearly on, you know, the distinction in that term. You know, are we using the primary meaning, the secondary meaning, you know, the third tertiary meaning? You know, what are we doing here? So again, I've doubled down on error, especially with Tammy, you know, because it's so hard. Because there's a relationship, there's pride on my part.
Yes.
And it's hard for me to say, especially when she's yelling at me and I say something stupid. And it's like, just to have the control to stop right there. That's why Proverbs says the man who can rule his tongue is mightier than the conqueror of many cities, huh?
Exactly. And out of the mouth, the abundance of the heart comes out of the mouth.
Right. Yeah.
Yep, that's the one. So I couldn't even see the chat because I'm only on my mobile phone, Dr. Kenny. So I don't know how many were there, but you know, he chased me for the debate, so I'm reasonably okay with how it turned out.
Yeah, I really learned, you know, quite a bit from what you were setting forth because, frankly, this subject doesn't really interest me because I just think it's red herring. But
sure.
It is important, you know. I mean, even Ken Samples covered it in his new book, you know, a chapter on it. It's very important topic, but I'm just so not interested in it. But that's just me.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm the same with eschatology, Dr. Kenny. I can't stand anything to do with eschatology.
Oh man, it's so, you know, I am I'm not a progressive dispensationalist, but I get what they're saying. But I'm not a total classical dispensationalist either. So I kind of float in between Charles Ryrie and, you know, Saucy and Brock, I forget the last name, Daryl Brock.
Yep.
Yeah. So I vacillate between those things, but I have prophecies so memorized, and I did it like 20 years ago, 15 years ago. I just don't study it anymore. It's like I studied it, you know, because that's kind of what was expected of, you know, the pre-millennial dispensational kind of you know, theology where I came out of. But it was like, no, you dispensationalists are focusing so much on eschatology, you're leaving out theology proper. So I thought myself as a dispensationalist, which is simply just the, you know, normal historical grammatical interpretation of the text. You know, when the plain sense makes common sense, seek no other sense.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And that has to do with context and axiomatic, you know, meanings and definitions and stuff. And so that's my position. Well, people like me who are committed to it, we're always, you know, Bible in one hand, newspaper in the other. I don't like that.
I get you.
Yeah, you're looking for modern day events to stick into Revelations, and it's like,
right,
that's not the way it works.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
So
yeah,
I haven't taught prophecy in probably about 15 years, 20 years even maybe.
Yeah. I got pretty tired of hearing from people, Christians, that the Ukraine-Russia conflict was the beginning of the end times.
Yeah. There's just conflict like that has happened every generation over there.
Yes, yes,
You know,
sir.
if you wanted to make that kind of statement, those kinds of events have been the beginning of prophecy for 2,000 years.
Yep.
Wars, rumors
Hey,
of wars.
yeah. Hey, this was Bob's first ever debate that he's moderated.
Bob did a great job. Yeah,
He did. He did a great job.
Yeah.
And I say that as somebody who's never moderated myself, and I've never looked into the setting things up, set the rules and stuff. And I was impressed. It was good, especially for your first time. I thought you had done it before.
No, I haven't actually, Ken. No.
Yeah, I think that, I've criticized you a few times, but I see what your intent is on your channel now, and I think it's great. Archiving all of this stuff, these discussions. Kudos to you. I couldn't see what you were doing earlier, but now I can. So I would be more than happy to debate an atheist here on your channel anytime.
Oh, great.
Yeah, Bob's one of the good guys, Dr. Kenny.
Yeah, we got off on the wrong foot, and I've just been, kind of busy, and he and I have been cordial.
Sure.
I've had a chance. I'm not perfect, and we all know Gavin's not perfect.
Oh yeah, that's well known. There's been whole streams done about my imperfections.
yeah. But hey, I can let bygones be bygones with Bob, and and I don't even care if we had gotten in a fist fight and he beat me up.
Right.
I can come to somebody else because I have respect. I don't have respect for the praise type approach. He folds anytime the pressure happens. I mean, he had the hardest time defending me to Jason the other night because everybody knows I have not, in any stretch of the imagination, said old enough to bleed, or whatever, get married.
Oh, really?
It's ridiculous. I never said that, but that's what they say. They say I say, well, once you have a period, a woman can get married. I was starting by looking at nature. And then I would say, okay, now let's look at different species. Some species mature. Rabbits mature after just, months? So we have to look at the different things. God has created beings differently. So we need to look at all that. So I was trying to lay out an argument, but I didn't know that people weren't interested in an honest debate. They're interested in sound bites in order to get one over on you. It's kind of disgusting.
Yeah, it is a bit. It's pretty low brow, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. There is no reason in the world to continue on with this lie that somehow, well, number one, Kenny's threatening violence all over America. That was the funniest one. Hate
I know.
crimes against
yeah, I know.
Anyway, I forgot what I was going to say, but
yeah. Oh, what's the time for you? Dr. Kenny?
It's 3:30, or just about 3:30 Friday. So I'm a time traveler. I do a lot of backward time travel. So I'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Is it 3:30 p.m. for you?
Yeah, 3:30 p.m. on Friday. See, I went back. I went back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be in Saturday tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotcha. Oh well, there you go, Bob. You've confronted the demon, you've stared the demon down, and you've had a successful debate. So it's onwards and upwards for you from now on.
Well, I'd like to host more debates. I like the idea.
Yeah. Matter of fact, feel free, Bob, to schedule me. Anytime. I'll give you my phone number if you want. Of course, I think I put it out there enough that you probably already know it.
I don't actually. No.
Okay, it's
But anytime
one.
you want to do a debate, Kenny, I will set it up within 5 minutes, and I'll get some pictures and whatever.
Okay. Well, just to tell you, I'm better at like spur of the moment stuff, because planning it causes anxiety in my sense. So you just find an opponent, give me a range, say like a week ahead. All I need is a good week, just to gather my thoughts and then go for it. I could even just a day. I've done even that before.
I put my email in the private chat.
Okay.
Jamie got a bit of a drubbing this morning, or this morning my time. It was probably late Thursday night, Friday morning.
What did
Jamie
he
Russell.
say? Yeah, what did he say or miss-say? Poor guy.
Yeah, they were going on about Ellen G. White and other stuff, and the judgment. What's that term? What they call it now? I googled it. Hold on, I've got it here. I think. Oh no, but I mean, Praise was pretending he didn't know about. Well, it seemed to me he was being a little bit disingenuous about Jamie and his SDAism.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, he got called out on it though, on Praises on his last stream.
You know what's funny about Jamie is that he claims to be SDA, but then when you press him on it, he disagrees in so many different points. The funny thing is he's saved because he doesn't believe all the things that the prophet, quote unquote, said. It's like, that's so interesting to me that God has grace on Jamie. He's in a, whether or not you listen to Dr. Whitcomb or Dr. Walter Martin, a cult or not, but because there's such a fine line, I would say they're theologically a cult, maybe not sociologically speaking, but certainly theologically they're a cult because they're Judaizers. They're trying to apply Old Testament law to the New Testament church. But the fact that he doesn't follow her so closely gives me hope that, he is my brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Right. All you have to do is let me know, Ken, and I will set up a debate for you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm flying back out to West Virginia June 4th, and I'll be out there for the summer. So anytime after June 4th, I'll be available.
Yeah, that's not far away. June 4 is not far away.
Yeah, like a week or something, I think.
Yeah.
I fly out next Saturday or next Sunday. I don't know. Tammy does that stuff for me because I can't organize and manage that stuff.
Sure.
I have a hard enough time finding my keys and my phone in the morning.
Yeah.
Gavin's gone.
He must have intermittent internet problems like Jamie. Speak of the devil.
Oh.
He's always getting kicked out. Jamie is.
Yeah.
So Bob, are you retired, or what do you do these days?
Well, I'm 62, so I'm not old enough to retire yet.
Yeah.
But I'm unemployed.
Yeah, that sucks.
Hold on, let me just do the check. I've got stung with this before. Is that you, Gavin?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah.
That was a good stream you did on forgiveness means forgiving the inexcusable. That was a really good stream.
Yeah, I'm not keen on this conditional forgiveness and making demands. I mean, it's none of my business to comment on it, but as a Christian, I think I've got every right to do so. But forgiveness isn't something that you set conditions. I mean, like, it's not dependent on the other person's response to it, is it? You forgive straight away. Yeah, there'll be a bit of pain on whatever sort of, but we're freely given forgiveness. we're freely
That's right.
forgiven. We have to.
What? Yep, 100%. 100%.
But
Yeah,
all
it's
this making
a command.
demand stuff. If he doesn't do this, doesn't do that, blah blah, I'm not going to forgive, and no, never.
You know what the funny thing is the very fact that if anybody puts a demand on me, I will do the complete opposite, even if it's a bad decision. Because it's like there is so much rebellion in me. It's like, don't you dare try to pontificate to me, And
well, Kenny, Dr. Kenny, you are from the South originally, correct?
yes and no, but yeah, I'm absolutely culturally 100% hillbilly.
Right. Well, there's the rebellion. There's the Confederate rebellion in
There it
you.
is. Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. Yeah,
That's it. That's the one.
Yeah, it's live and let live. I'm not going to bother you. You don't bother me.
Yeah.
And I'm still upset about the northern aggression. No.
Well,
but that's the way we would see it. It's like,
absolutely. Of course. Yes, of course.
It's
of
like,
course.
why are you meddling in my business? It's almost like the overreach of the federal government, and states'
Yep.
rights. And ultimately,
Yep.
the Civil War was about states' rights.
Yep.
We would say that the formal cause was states' rights, but the matter at hand, the material cause, was slavery.
Yes. Yes, sir.
There's multiple, I think you can stick everything under Aristotle's 4 causes.
Yep.
And then when we get into God's relationship to causation, he is the exemplary cause. I mean, he is the one, from whom all things live, move, and have their being. So
sure.
In that sense, all things are in him. But, he still causes the form, which would be the nature, composes it with matter. Then you got matter form, you got stars and human beings, and
yep.
And then material causes, instrumental causes, and final causes. But yeah, states' rights would be the principle involved, and even the slavery debate. If it's for the betterment of not the individual, but of the many, as Spock would say, the needs of the one do not outweigh the needs of the many. Betterment of not the individual, but of the many. I can hear myself here.
Yeah, there's a bit of an echo.
Yeah, that's my fault. I was just checking the chat.
Yeah, but and let's look at it like this, and I'll use an illustration just because it popped in my head. It is not a good thing by itself for there to be people like myself on the spectrum. But when you put us who can't function in daily life, but we're daydreamers,
right.
We are the ones who come up with the plans. We're the theoretical physicists. And then we let the experimentalists take our thinking and then run with it.
Yeah.
For me, I would rather be one of the 95% because it's been like hell for me, especially just finding out that there was something wrong with me. Because I was treated like I was normal, but I wasn't normal. I look normal, but I'm not normal. And so you can't discipline neurodivergence out of people. So
correct.
This has not been a good thing for me. I would much rather be like Elon Musk, could do things with the intellect. I can't hardly do things with my intellect because I'm just so stuck in the clouds. But Dr. Ross says that there is a 5%, 5% of the population are neurodivergent.
Yeah.
And for the good of the many, I was born into a world providentially where God is in control of all this stuff. He knows, when I was going to be born, to whom, all of that stuff. But still, in a bigger picture, and I don't think God necessarily meticulously chose that, I would be born and, to teenage parents and there'd be issues.
Right.
When I was a baby and all that stuff. Because those are secondary agencies that are allowed to move.
Yes,
and God will intervene through prayer in those secondary causes. In my book, I mentioned, Hezekiah's illness and did God change his mind? What's going on there? So we need to make those distinctions of God being the primary mover, and then us being secondary movers, secondary agents in that relationship.
Yep. Yep.
But anyway,
Absolutely.
for the betterment of society, you need people that are the daydreamers. They
Yep.
just sit around and think. And that's what I'm best suited for, to sit around and think.
Right.
If you try to get me to clean the kitchen, I'm going to break something.
Right.
And I'm going to have a hard time even getting it started because I don't know where to start.
Right,
Like,
right.
It's the practical steps that my brain doesn't do. They
Yeah.
say I don't have an executive function, which
Yeah.
means I can blurt out things without thinking.
Yep.
I make a decision to do something and forget that I've got my plate of food on my lap, and I stand up and the plate goes down.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff is a daily occurrence
Yeah.
for me. It's not fun.
Yep.
Or at least I'm
No, I
not having
know.
fun anymore. I'm not
Yeah.
having fun anymore. It's like, Lord,
Yeah.
do something, please.
Yeah. I know those feelings, Dr. Kenny. But
think
there
we
is
all
good
do.
news. There is good news, and the good news is that those
That I'm Larry
feelings.
Hansen still. Oh wait.
Well, yeah, you are, but that's beside the point.
Okay.
But the good news is those feelings or those stumbling blocks, they will become less and less, and you will start to feel far more in control of yourself. It'll take time, but it will happen.
Yeah. I mean, going through these withdrawals have made my ADHD nuclear.
Yep.
It's just caused me to be in the middle of a sentence and then go off into another sentence, not even remembering where I was, but trying to keep on talking so I could remember where I was and catch up. I've done that
Yes.
numerous times today.
Yes.
Just giving filler words and trying to figure out where I was going, and then boom, pick back up.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm done complaining about life. Life is good.
Well,
the
well,
Lord
there is good. Well, there is good news, Dr. Kenny, and this is something I always. This is my 100% failback safety mechanism. If that Roman cross from 2,000 years ago taught us anything, it taught us that God isn't removed from our suffering. He's not removed from our emotional, our psychological, or our physical suffering, because he's been through that. He's experienced it. So he's easily able to justifiably offer us his love and his compassion, and in the long run, hopefully the strength to overcome.
Yeah, absolutely good.
So
message.
that gives me a lot of comfort,
Right. Yeah, I have a lot of hope because I know there's an end to this suffering. It's just been 18 months, and I'm psychologically tired.
Sure. But I think, Kenny, in 24 months' time, you'll be better than you are today. Much better.
Oh, I'll be ruling the world in 24 months.
Yeah, probably. We could be building nuclear warheads in our garage and sending them to thick shades.
I know it. Yeah, we're gonna put a South or a North Korean military uniform on him and beat him up.
Yeah. Do whole streams about him. Do whole streams.
There you go.
My goodness.
I don't know if he's given me enough content to do a whole stream on him because he really doesn't say anything.
No, and he's never said anything about me. I've just been invisible to him, and that's fine.
Until now. Just wait. You've engaged with me in slamming him, so.
Oh, right.
And he's trying to manipulate praise, and you're the only person that could probably reach praise at this point. And Thickies wants to keep his power over praise.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Because it's like having a minion. If you can manipulate somebody as well as everybody manipulates praise, it's like, hey, here's a sharp guy that I can manipulate emotionally and get him to do my bidding. That's
sure.
What Thick Shades is doing. It's exactly what Thick Shades is doing to him. Going to get his trust, and then use his you know, his issues.
Yeah.
The same way he used Ryan.
Yep.
You know, he had Ryan literally fabricate all of those documents that were running around about Smokey.
Right. Gotcha.
They tried to make Smokey a villain, and they did everything they could do in their power.
Oh, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I've said on many.
No apology either. You know, at first
Yeah.
it was, you know, praise was going behind it. Yeah, you know, Smokey raped a 6-year-old girl. No apology for that. You know, and it's like, that's pretty heinous, man. For me, accusing me of stealing $800 is a big thing. It may not be a big thing to other people, but I didn't get no apology. That is the most heinous thing that's ever happened. I've only made fun of them.
Yeah.
They actually accused me of a crime.
I know.
And it's very heinous.
Yeah.
So to think that my ability to get under their skin and poke at them, you know, satirically, that's the issue. There's a lot to make fun of, and I did it.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to wake them up. And if they apologize to me, well, I don't have anything against them. I've tried to go over there and be cordial. I've tried to do it numerous times. I've texted praise numerous times. But now Olive's got it by the balls, and he's scared.
Well, she feeds him and washes his clothes, so you know she has that position over him.
And you know what? That is a position over someone like praise and myself. It's like, if you can't function in life enough to like organize cleaning your clothes and organize meals and shopping and having soap and having shampoo and a comb, it's like, if you have a hard time doing that, and I do, you're going to be more willing to be passive. But you know, now I'm at the point where, hey, if I'm not the man, I'm going to go live in the wilderness where I'm the man.
Right. I gotcha.
Yeah.
I gotcha. But thanks God for Mrs. Tammy Rhodes, eh? We should really be thankful for that.
Yeah.
What a great woman.
She's a great woman. Yeah, she really is.
I don't have an answer for that.
And I put her through a lot of pain, you know, with my own problems and my own depression, you know, and they were, you know, hurts of omission, you know, the fact that I emotionally withdrew.
Yeah,
now, that's not an active abuse, but by omission, I didn't stand up to what I should have been as a husband. Now I was sick. Sure. I'm sick, but that doesn't help the pain. I mean, in one sense, we're still married after 30 years.
Yep.
So people with my issue, they say, you know, you're going to go through about 5 marriages.
Right.
So just think of Smokey wasn't kidding. And numerous times he got so frustrated with me that he would say, I can't believe it. Tammy's got to be a saint. And he was serious. He was like, he gets so mad at me. But I had to explain to him, it's like, Smokey, help me see that I left, you know, garbage here or there. It's like, just point it out. I'll be more than glad to pick it up, you know. People don't have to come up behind me, cursing me out and picking up behind me. I don't want that. No, remind me. That's my problem. My problem is inattention. It's attention deficit, which is one. You know. So, anyway, I don't know why I'm talking about this crap so much today. I don't like
it's just it's fine. It's good just chewing the fat, you know. It's all relationship building, you know. That's how you get to know people. That's how you get to know people, Dr. Kenny, is by talking, you know.
Yeah, I guess I'm just I don't want to, you know, repeating myself a lot about what I've been through. I'm not trying to get sympathy. I'm just trying to help people, you know.
Yeah.
So I always try to. I'll probably have to repeat it a bunch more, you know, but I do have a story, and it's worth telling. You know, it's got lows and it's got highs, but I like to share it, you know.
Yeah, sure. Hey, look, here's a serious question, and I'm not trying to call the guy out or anything, but when Smokey comes back, do you think that'll straighten prays out a lot more?
I don't know. Part of why, you didn't hear it from me, but part of why Smokey's gone is an act of like rebellion against all the work he did and pouring his life and his time into all these people. And then in the end, everybody come against him. It's like, I almost did that too. But,
Sure.
But the Lord was on my case, get back on there. I know you want to walk away. I know you want to shake the dust off your feet, but, and Smokey, he's giving everybody the middle finger, and he doesn't want to even contribute to theological content, so to speak, because he's like, hey, I want to keep you guys in your error. I've been here to be a voice of God, and you guys are, stoning the prophet. So
Right.
I'm going to leave you to your own devices. And that's not a good response for Smokey, but that's where he's at. I can't blame him.
Sure.
Yeah.
But that could change, though, Dr. Kenny.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of circumstances. A big one is, the financial loss.
Yeah.
I guess the stock market crashed some time back, but
yeah.
6 figures of worth within his family was lost.
Oh, my goodness. That's a lot, man. That's a lot.
In one day. So there's real serious financial concerns and all that kind of stuff.
Yes. Understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty serious. And when that kind of thing, when that life circumstance happens, it makes these squabbles on YouTube seem kind of petty, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. He's self-employed, so he would work, get his work done, and he'd have lots of time, but now he's going to work 24/7 to catch up.
Sure.
We spent a lot of money driving across the country too, so.
Yeah, understand.
So he shut his business, part of it down, for 5 weeks, and and then the stock market, and just a perfect storm,
Yeah.
Smokey's like Tammy. It's like, if you don't have money in savings, it's like you panic.
Okay.
Tammy tucks money away. I have no idea, but as of late, I didn't say it too much, but Tammy was facing possible heart attack over stress and stuff. And so money is, for a woman, money, security, and then
yes.
that she's married to me.
Yes.
I don't have a 9-to-5 job. I got a bunch of little jobs, but that's not very stable for a woman. So,
true.
So, and then the extra expense of titrating off of pharmaceuticals, because cannabis is not covered by insurance,
Sure. Yeah,
so
sure.
It comes a lot out of pocket, and I have a fixed income because I am retired.
Yep.
So,
and there's also there's a lot of I think there's a lot of truth to the fact that if you are a pastor, if that is your occupation, it's a 24/7 job. 24/7 job if you actually are a pastor.
Yeah, and not only that, it's like, if the economy goes down, people give, and when things get tight, they the first thing that goes is they're giving to the ministry. Well, that's how I make my money, so that's
true.
I've always had to work another job, and that's actually how I blew my back up. I was pastoring.
Gotcha.
I was pastoring full time and punching a time clock at a warehouse, loading semi trucks. And I have to come home, eat dinner, study, because I was also in school.
Right, gotcha.
And I have to preach every Sunday, and this was when we had Sunday morning and Sunday night services. So I was preaching. I was preaching twice a week, teaching a college course on the weekend or the weekday night, and then having to work a job as well to make ends meet. So that's why my back got blown out. It just overdid it. You know, not
Kenny.
enough rest. Yes, sir.
Sam and Bill are here in the side chat. I don't know if you can see the side
Oh,
chat.
no, I didn't see it.
All right, okay.
No, I'm not even going to pay attention to those guys. That they know I have their number, especially Sam. I don't know about Bill. I think Bill is probably a man that's just in a lot of pain emotionally, and I have a lot of sympathy for that. But Fixed Shades, that's a whole nother issue. He is strategic in his evil. And if Fixed Shades wants to come in and set me straight on it, that'd be great, because now he can't mute me or kick me out. So a good conversation between me and Vicky would be good.
I will put a link in there, Kenny. I don't know whether he'll come in or not.
My guess is no, but it would surprise me if he would come talk man to man with me.
Well,
and
I don't think.
Yeah, then I'll demonstrate that he does not know the gospel and he's actually not a Christian. So that's probably why he won't come in.
Link's in there, Sam, if you want to come in.
Oh, I
hope he does.
I might be marked, and what do they say, mark and avoid.
Avoided.
Yeah. So he's marked me and avoided me. So that's going to be his justification for not coming in the room.
Yeah, but that's pretty that's I can smell the estrogen dripping off that phrase from New Zealand.
Oh yeah. I overheard that on Praise's channel the other night. You know, mark and avoid, that kind of thing. And he said he wouldn't come on my channel because that would be not avoiding me. But I could come to his channel anytime and talk to him. That sounds not only like a vagina, but that sounds like a dumb man as well.
Yeah, well, this is neutral ground. This channel is neutral ground.
Hey, what's up, Bob? How's it going?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Good, fantastic. It's kind of early, but I thought I would just come on by now that I have Kenny Boy here. Yeah. What's going on, Kenny Boy?
See, guys, he actually doesn't want to have a serious conversation with me.
Oh, shut the heck up.
So look at it. Look at what
you are the one who cannot even address other people properly. Why should I give you any respect, man?
Fixed Shades, could you please tell me the gospel?
Well, since you say I don't know, what is the gospel, man?
No, I asked you. I'm the teacher. You're the student.
Okay, so since you say I don't know, what's the gospel?
You do know that that's...
Do you speak English?
That's a dumb response.
Do you understand English?
If I'm asking you...
If you say
everybody knows
that I do not know the gospel, then what is the gospel, you Kenny Boy? Answer it.
Read my book, okay? Now you tell me what the gospel is.
So you don't know the gospel?
Oh, I do. It's written in my book. Now you tell me.
Okay, so you don't even know the gospel, yet you kind of bear false witness saying that other people do not know the gospel.
Dum dum.
Hey, dum dum. You're a little idiot. You don't even know the gospel, yet you just false accuse saying that people do not know the gospel.
You can fix this.
So you say I don't know the gospel, and I just ask you what the heck the gospel is.
Prove me wrong.
What the heck is the gospel, Kenny Boy?
Prove me wrong. It's very simple. Prove me wrong.
Well, you said you cannot even answer.
No,
retard. You're like, read my book. Read my book. I'm not going to read your stupid book. Just tell me.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You are right now.
Why should I read your stupid book when I can read John 3? Huh?
So you think that's the gospel? John 3:16. Would you explain John 3:16?
So why should I read your stupid book when I can read John 3?
Well, because
now you say I don't know the gospel. Hey, listen, dum dum. Listen, dum dum. You say you do not. Hey, dum dum, listen. You say that I do not know the gospel. So what is the gospel, dum dum? Dum dum.
That's not the way things work.
Hey, dum dum, what's the gospel?
See, ladies and gentlemen, Vicky here is trying to
Thick
run around and
shades.
dodge. Hey, thick shits.
Can you
thick
say?
shits.
Can
Hey,
you
thick
can you
shits.
properly address people?
No, I
Thick
can't. No, I can't. No, because
shades,
that's
you
actually not your
moron.
name. That's actually not
Hey,
your name.
dum dum. Thick
Hey,
shades.
all right. Hey, Bob, I've already proved my point. I'm done with
Well,
him.
I am proving you my point.
Yeah, you are.
So
Sure you are.
learn to address others properly, you idiot.
Okay, so you're telling me to address you properly while
Right.
invoking
If
the
you
term
address
idiot?
others properly, and they will
hold on.
address you properly. Don't you know
Hold
how
on.
to treat others?
Hold on.
You are to treat others as you like to be treated, dum dum.
Okay, retard.
Well, don't you understand that? Don't you understand what Christ said? Retard?
Yes,
Hey,
I
retard.
do.
Don't you understand what Christ said? Retard?
Yes, I do. I'm asking you if you know, because I don't want you to parrot me. Because if I explain the gospel to you, you're just going to parrot it back. I want to know right now.
Okay, so
if you know
what is the gospel, man? What is the gospel?
Oh my goodness! You know, you are not 3, nor are you a junior higher, so that doesn't work.
Okay.
Answer the question.
You said.
Prove me wrong.
Answer the question and prove me wrong. You
Prove me
said
wrong.
that I do not know the gospel.
You
so
do not.
what is the gospel? Hey, retard.
That is
What
not
is the
how it
gospel?
works. That is not
What
how
is
this
the gospel?
works.
Hey, retard.
Exactly. What is it?
What is the gospel? Don't you know how to take your own stupid medicine? If you call people retard, I get to call you a retard. You get it?
Demon. Listen, you demon
You
possessed.
demon. Hey, demon. When are you going to learn your stupid lesson, you demon?
Hey, spirit.
Hey.
Come against you in the name of
Hey,
Jesus.
demon. Hey, shut the heck up. In the name of Jesus.
In the name of
Hey,
Jesus
demon.
Christ.
Do you not know how to address other people properly, you little demon?
Listen, you can't just like throw back my insults and think you're doing anything.
Well, why can't I, man? You're just gonna have to learn to take your own stupid medicine, man.
Okay, I'll take it. Now I'd like you to tell me what the gospel is.
Good boy. Now tell me the gospel.
Now we're done with that. I'm not the student. You are. You tell me.
Okay, so
what the gospel is.
as a humble student, you say I do not know the gospel. So what is it, teacher?
Well, I'm actually going to give you an F in the class because you shouldn't even be here.
So what is the correct answer, you little false teacher? What is the answer?
Vicky, this is not how it works, dude.
Hey, retard,
no, I'm going to answer it, and then you are going to parrot me back. That's not how it works. Vicky.
Shays. Thick shades. Can you say thick shades?
Thick shades. Brains.
Thick shades.
Thick shits.
Thick shades. Thick shades, retard. Thick shades. Can you say thick shades, retard?
Vicky,
hey, little retard. Can you say thick shades?
I would love. You know,
thick shades, you little retard.
You seem to have
thick
a problem
shades,
with
you little retard. Can you say thick shades?
But then you're using it back on me. So you're a hypocrite. You're saying that
I'm just giving you the medicine that you are actually like giving everyone. Why is it that you cannot even take your own stupid medicine?
I told you I accept it. I'm taking
it. So learn to address other people properly.
Okay, listen.
Hey, retard. Learn to address other people's properly. Understand that? Listen. Do you understand that? It's just a stupid question, man. Do you understand that?
You really think you're winning?
Do you know how to address people properly, you stupid retard?
Oh my gosh! You got to be.
I rest my case. Giving you the same medicine. You cannot take it.
I've already told you.
Bastard, man. Poor bastard.
I'm taking it. Hey, listen. I'm taking it. Now you tell me what the gospel is.
You said I don't know. So what is it? What is it, man?
That's not how things work, dude.
Yeah, this is how it works, man. Hey, false teacher. You said, and I do not know the gospel. So what is it?
Hey, Mr. Evil Man.
Hey,
Mr.
What is it? What is it, retard?
I'm not going to tell you there, Vicky.
Well, yeah, that's your problem, retard.
Do you really think?
You still do not know how to address people properly, huh?
Okay. Sir.
Hey, retard. You still do not know how to address people, huh?
Listen, sir. Would you please answer?
Sir,
Sir, would you please?
What's the gospel, man? You don't know the gospel?
Sir,
what's the gospel, retard?
Sir, would you please answer the question?
I ain't no sir, man. I ain't no sir.
Oh well, I was,
just tell
I
us.
was trying
Just,
to address.
just
I was
tell
trying
us
to
the
address
gospel,
you
man.
properly.
Just
You
tell
tell
us the
me.
gospel.
You
Hey,
tell me. I
little
asked you
retard.
first.
Just hey.
I have
A
made the
little Paul.
accusation that you don't know it. I made the
Tell
accusation
us
that you don't know it. So you prove me wrong.
Tell us the gospel, man. You said I don't know. So what is it, man? Tell us the gospel, man. I mean, what's wrong with me asking? You said I do not know the gospel. So what is it, man?
What's wrong with me asking?
Well, you said already that I do not know. So what's the point of asking me something that I do not know? So what's the gospel?
Do you
don't
know?
you get it? I mean, are you that retarded? Are you
Actually,
that retarded?
There are varying senses of the word no.
Just tell us simple, man.
English.
Just tell us simple so I could learn. Hey, I could learn it, right? Just tell us. Freaking retard, man.
Ladies and gentlemen,
you're so busted, man. You're such a false teacher. Get the heck out of here, man. Man, anyway, it's been fun, Bob. Thanks for the wrench. I gotta go and talk to my girlfriend.
Yeah, I hadn't realised that you didn't have one. I honestly didn't know.
Well,
is that the
well,
girlfriend?
I had it, but I don't know. Maybe it was the computer. I'm talking to Bob, you little retard. Can you shut the heck up? Hey, butter retard, shut the heck up, man. I'm talking to Bob. Hey, retard. Big shades, man. It's big shades. You understand big shades? Can you say thick shades? Do you have a problem with TH sound? Thick shades, man. Even this Asian can pronounce TH sound. Thick shades, man. Thick shades. Thick shades.
Showing your ass, and I'm done.
Thick shades. You cannot even tell us any of the gospel. That's your stupid problem. And call yourself a pastor, you idiot. Get the heck out of here. Anyway, I gotta get going. Have fun, gentlemen.
Oh.
My point is made beautifully. See, praise, that's the kind of person you are claiming as a brother in Christ.
I don't understand the anger, Ken, really. Well, I do understand anger. I'm a bit of an expert on it. I used to be.
Right.
Sort of. I just don't... I'm not having a poke at anybody. I'm not white knighting. I just don't... I don't understand the anger so much. I don't know what's...
I'll tell you why. Because I have his number. He's not a Christian. He's actually a demon worshiper. And I could probably prove that with a little time. Because I know some things about his supposed connection to Smokey's supposed victim. And let's just say that area has a lot of witchcraft in it. And this has been from the beginning to destroy the gospel, to take down a voice that was making a difference. It's very wicked. And everybody saw, he tried to turn it around on me. That's not how things work. This is not junior high. He could have proven me wrong at any moment by just laying out the gospel and proving that he's a Christian. But he won't do that because I have his number. And I've messed up his whole little shindig here, and he's kind of angry. That's my assessment. I could be wrong, but it's pretty clear he doesn't know the gospel. Pointed that out conclusively and tried to have a cordial conversation. He starts in on his nonsense and showed his ass to everybody. He couldn't let me talk. He wanted to talk over me because he knew I was making points. So, these are some wicked people. I don't know what the payoff is, to be honest. I don't know why thousands of dollars were spent to follow me and Smokey on the East Coast But there's something really weird. You don't do that for no reason. It has to be deeper, and we know Scripture says we don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers. Immediately, he starts calling me a false teacher. I don't think I said anything about the gospel or my theology. You see, he has no content. It's all false accusation. It's all posturing. It's all jumping, dodging, whipping. You know, do I think he probably said, oh, I got to go spend time with my girlfriend? You know, that wasn't something that needed to be said. He could just say, hey, you know, I don't have time here. He wanted to specifically try to plant something. Oh, well, you know, Vicky says he has a girlfriend. He's not gay. Kenny's wrong. The dude is a homosexual or a bisexual. I have his very words. It's on my channel. It hasn't been edited. The audio has not been edited in the sense of changing the message and the sentences of which Vicky is saying that he's a homosexual and that it's a beautiful thing, homosexual love. The guy is a fraud, and I don't know why people are buying it. The discernment level, once again, on YouTube is disgustingly, dangerously low. Amazing.
Well, I can't help but agree with that, Kenny.
Well, sure, you can repeat, you know, theological phrases. Let me just go through this. Believe fully and convinced, Christ's full atonement. Now, I'd ask him what the full atonement, what does he mean by full atonement?
Yeah.
And then I'd ask him if he knows what propitiation is.
Yeah.
See, a lot of people parrot these terms and they don't know what they're saying.
Yeah, I know. But it was patently obvious that he was trolling for content for his channel, so you can expect a stream about you in the next few hours.
Well, if he actually thinks that he came off looking better in that exchange, then he's more delusional than I thought.
Yeah, I know. They're all pretty much delusional.
Yeah. Hey, Cheryl, I don't have doctored audio. I see where they put the video behind there. But if you listen to the audio, I know how to edit. And, well, I'm a musician. So you, and I know you are too. If this is the right person, I think it is. Now I forgot what I was going to say because I looked at my phone. But
It was something about a doctored video or something. Right. Something was doctored.
Look at Will and how he doctored the audio from Knock to make it funny. Vicky's audio is not doctored. If you put it on a wave, you know, put it in audio, look at the wave. There's no sharp cuts. You can really tell that these sentences are full sentences. Yes, there's repeated statements, you know, for emphases, but those sentences are indeed those that he spoke. That's not a doctored thing. And it's amazing how they want us to believe that Vicky's claims of homosexuality and all that stuff is doctored, but we're supposed to believe the doctored documents that they've put out, right? It's amazing, the inability to follow their own logic consistently. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, Vicky's it's doctored, but Smokey's was real. And Smokey is this person no matter what. Oh, but we literally have the audio of Vicky saying these things. It's his voice. We know it. There are no cuts in the articulation of his voice. You know how he drones out, oh, why discuss? The very fact that he draws out his words like that, it makes it very easy to see whether or not audio is doctored, because it's going to cut off those drops in pitch, and it's going to sound weird.
Yeah.
It's like trying to cut somebody off while they're singing. You can't splice singing together and make the person say something they haven't said without it obviously being a splice.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I've got
expect
you.
a little more due diligence on people's parts. This is so ridiculous. I have
Yeah.
computer people that have looked it up. Not only myself, computer people have looked at it and said the audio has not been doctored up enough to change the content of what Vicky is saying. Period.
Right. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Dr. Kenny. The difficulty is 6 Shades, Praise, those kind of people. They have got a niche following, and when you have a niche following, they'll follow you straight into the pit of hell. Because you believe the propaganda, you believe it. But it shows a great lack or a very low level of discernment.
I couldn't trust Praise as a friend, to be honest. Maybe I shouldn't say that.
Oh no, well you can say that, Bob, because I can say that with full justification. I can never trust him again.
For 2 or 3 years, Gavin. I've only known about you over the last 18 months or so. But
yeah.
You've been
But
friends long.
yeah, you don't do things or make streams about former friends the way Praise has done. That is him being led by the nose by his sister.
Well, every stream he does is exposing your semi-nakedness, which I think is just totally ungodly. I mean, why?
It's childish. It's junior high mentality. He might be stuck in that mentality. I'm not pointing a finger. You know, he's got some problems, man.
Well, he's able to express himself without that.
Oh yeah. It's an emotional problem. It's not a intelligence problem. He can be very smart, be able to articulate himself, but be like a 12-year-old kid inside, and to have that kind of processing.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, you can be, you know, as error-filled and human as all get out, and that's fine. But when you're like thicky and you're deceiving and you're meticulous in your evil, that's when I get concerned. I mean, I am concerned about Praise, but he doesn't have evil intent. He's got messed up emotions. And I'm not excusing anything he's done because it's horrible, but I'm not going to condemn him the same way I would condemn Vicky for his evil shenanigans.
Oh, somebody else popped in. Hold on. Oh, that's Gavin. Gavin?
Yes, hi, Bob. Hi.
Right.
Have you got the results for the poll, Bob? Just out of interest.
The poll vanished.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I put it up there. It was there. I couldn't find the poll.
Ah. Okay. It's not. It's not on your. Is it? It's not on your community page.
I didn't put a poll on there, but I will do. I'm going to.
Right.
The poll was already set up on this stream, and then when I came to it, I didn't have time to sort it out.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. It was actually a good idea. I think it was a good idea. It was something novel.
Yeah.
So yeah, I thought it was a good idea.
Before, instead of like 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, good idea. That was good thinking.
Yeah. Because during the debate they could change the vote, couldn't they, and whatever.
Oh, of course they can. Yeah, of course they can. But you're getting kind of a live response, which is really good as well.
Yeah. I'll have that nailed down next time.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
So when does all this stop? Really, I think I'm just waiting. Well, not waiting, but just wondering where it's all going to end.
Yeah, I would like it to end. The problem is they always come over and poke, you know.
Well, how many times do you hammer a nail in, you know?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, at this point, it's just a waste of time. But I did that just for the sake of praise, you know, and the only reason I have any desire to address Vicky was in order to show praise that he's dealing with somebody who is really evil, and when put on the spot, will just jump around the topic. You know, when somebody says, "Hey, I doubt you're a Christian," you know, set forth the gospel. And I'm not the only one who's asked him. He's been asked 100 times, and every time he says something, he says, "Do you have faith in love or hope in love?" I mean, he talks nonsense. He does not know the Lord Jesus Christ. Period. It's so apparent. I don't know why anybody believes him. He says, "I'm a Christian," and we're supposed to believe him on that basis. Dude, tell me what you believed in. What is
Yes, sir.
Right.
I gotta step away for a minute, guys. I'll be back.
Yeah, take your time. Bob, can you hear me okay, Bob?
Yep.
Yeah, I might have fallen off, but I was saying that because you asked the question, when does this all stop? Well, I said, how long is a piece of string? Because nobody knows. Well, God knows when it's going to stop.
Yeah.
But as mature Christians, and I say this with hand on heart, the way to deal with this is just to ignore it because it's none of our business.
Yeah.
And there's far more important things. There's far more important things that God has got planned for us to do than squabble like high school teenagers on YouTube.
Yeah. And it gives the atheists a laugh, doesn't it? I mean...
Of course it does. Of course it does.
I mean, it's up to praise who he has in his channel, but he's getting... I mean, they're just lapping it up.
Yep.
Gavin, do you know Jace? Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah. Do you know Jace?
No, I don't know him.
Oh, right.
Does he want to come in the room?
Oh, I don't know. He might do.
Yeah, give him a link if he wants to.
But I'll read his comment out first.
Okay.
He says, I don't have a house, no money, no wife. Am I still a Christian, Gavin?
If you believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, then you are a Christian, Jace. This is not rocket science.
He did have a bit of a heated discussion with Kenny the other week.
Oh, well, he should come in the room then. He should come in the room.
He wasn't being angry and hateful, I don't think, but I don't know if I don't know.
Come in the room, Jace, and say your piece instead of throwing popcorn from the safe space of the chat. That's
I think he
that's
will.
not very.
I think he's a New Zealander or Australian guy or something.
He's got to be Australian.
Right.
New Zealanders don't say that kind of stuff.
Well, I put the link in there, Jace. Gavin's here. He's willing to speak to you.
Come on, Jace. Come on, Jace. Back your mouth. Back your mouth up. Or forever hide in the chat.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think he's a hateful person, Gavin. Yeah, come on in, Jace, as long as you're relatively polite. He's a grown man, so I mean, you know.
Yeah, Jace, if you can conduct yourself appropriately, come on in.
Yeah, I couldn't help but over here, guys. I just came back real quick to say something. Yeah, Jace, I think he's just kind of misled. He seems to think emotionally because, you know, at one time he was like, okay, you know, Smokey and Kenny, and then it's praise, and now it's Smokey and Kenny, you know, and then praise. May not have been that much, but he's tossed to and fro very quickly. And I think he's confused. I think he's a good guy. I really do. But I think he's confused, maybe overly interested in things that aren't his business. But, you know, we all have our problems.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Good News Gospel says Gavin Hurlimann, March 18th, 2022. Grace is a doctrine of devils. Apostle Paul, 57 AD, being justified freely by his grace through the redemption that is in Christ Jesus. Let God be true. Amen to that.
I don't know what he's meaning by that comment, but Good News Gospel, you can come in the room if you have a beef or you have an issue you want to talk about.
Jace, is that you, Jace?
Yeah, it is, Bob. Yeah, it is.
Okay. I haven't muted you, so.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hey, Jace.
I am actually a Kiwi, Gavin.
You're kidding me.
I am actually a Kiwi, Gavin.
Are you serious?
I live about 200 kilometers away from you.
My goodness. So
I'm
what's your
actually,
issue? What's
I'm
your
actually,
issue? What's your issue that you would ask me such a stupid question about being single, having no house, no money, no wife, and are you still a Christian? What a silly thing to say.
well,
Why would you ask that?
well, basically a little while ago there, I heard you with praise, proclaiming that he wasn't a Christian because he lives in his mom's garage, that he doesn't have a wife, that he doesn't have a job, that he doesn't have money. And I think that is a stupid thing to say, that someone is not a Christian because of those reasons. And I heard you say that, Gavin.
I think what you think you heard and what was actually said are two different things.
What you meant, you mean?
Yeah, well, I beg to differ. You may have not meant that, but that is the way that it came across.
Well,
And I'm
the
not
way
the
that
only
it comes across is just totally subjective, Jace. You know that, eh?
Well, it is subject to the person listening. Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Just
So
saying, there's a lot of people
would
that
you
way.
agree? Would you agree with me that a man should be able to lead a home in order to be able to lead souls to Christ?
Well, a man, if he's married, needs to be the head of his home. He has to be the priest in the home, right?
That's a dodge like O.J. Simpson. I'll ask my question again. Would you think that a man needs to be able to lead a home before he can actually lead souls to Christ?
Okay, so when you say lead a home, what are you implying there exactly when you say lead a home?
There's no implication. It's black and white, simple as.
Are you talking about leading the home in regard to how to maintain a home, how to pay your bills, how to keep things tidy? Is that what you're talking about when you say lead a home? Are you talking about the people in the home, meaning, wife, children?
Bob, you would know what I mean by a man has to be able to lead a home.
Well,
you know what that phrase means, eh?
If a steel man, Gavin, I wouldn't want to do anything else. I think what he's saying is, if you're going to be a pastor, ideally, biblically, you need to be married, hopefully with children, before you take on a pastorship.
Okay, I know. Okay, I know plenty of pastors that are not married. I know some pastors that are working towards that are engaged to someone that aren't married. But I don't believe you have to be married to have that pastoral role. No, not at all. I mean, there are young people, there are single people in the church.
Yeah,
that need
but I think the reasoning behind it, speaking biblically, is that if you can look after a household, you can certainly look after a local fellowship in terms of pastorship and stuff. I mean, I wouldn't say you shouldn't be a pastor just because you're not married, but ideally, because it can be a little bit awkward if you've got a pastor who's single, with the women in the...
Oh, I absolutely agree with you there. Yeah, I don't believe that is that is appropriate at all. A male single pastor, actually in a place of ministering to women on their own. I agree totally with that.
I don't know. I mean, it's something we could discuss for hours, but yeah. But I mean, to be fair again to Gavin, he was responding to Praser's attack on himself, and he was just, I don't know, pushing back a little bit.
do fully agree with what Gavin said in regard to the shenanigans and the stupidity and the back and forth and the tit for tat. I mean, there's a lost, dying world out there. There's people that are in absolute getting destroyed, you know, and having silly little arguments back and forth is not conducive to the gospel and to being a witness for Christ, you know.
No, well, what's happening, Jace? And I'm not having a go at Priest because he's not the only one, and I may have been. Oh, I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the atheists. I made this point about half an hour ago. Are lapping it up. They're taking the mickey. I mean, they've got atheists going in there, Jace, chipping in on what I know it's not a church, chipping in on church business. It's between the Christians. It's no business of any atheist being involved in that discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been in Fraser's channel talking for probably 2 weeks now, simply because I see some of it as being quite unfruitful. And like I said, the backwards and forwards, the tit for tat, you know, they're laughing at everybody and laughing and I don't know. I'm a house flipper, you know. I'm a hard man as far as, you know, my work goes, you know. Quite busy in what I do, so I don't really have time to, you know, to be backwards and forwards and laughing at everybody and taking the piss out of everybody. And you know, this is not what the gospel's all about. I mean, it's about upholding the truth, yes, but there's a way to do that, and there's a way to do that biblically, and I just don't see that a lot of the time, and I find it really tiring as well, listening to it.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, it's almost as though, I dare say, might be a bit strong, as though they're not aware that Jesus Christ is aware of exactly what's going on. He knows what's going on in his own body, in other words, the body of Christ. The church, he walks amongst the candlesticks, and he's aware of all that, and it's a bit unfortunate, really. I mean, the fart jokes, okay, it's a minor thing. They falsely accused me of referring to them as cows. I asked them to take my spanner off me. I couldn't have cared less about a blue spanner. And they keep falsely characterising Kenny with images and Gavin, where, you know, what is that about, really? It's not of God, is it?
No, it's not. And as far as Kenny goes, you know, he's going through a lot at the moment physically. Obviously, he's coming off a lot of stuff. You know, addictions, that kind of thing. And you know, he needs to be allowed to heal. You know, without people bringing stuff up constantly. You know.
Yeah. I mean, how many times you need to hammer the same nail in, you know? I
just don't think it's beneficial at this point.
No. Yeah, I mean, that's what I would ask. What's the payoff? Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I presume there is no payoff, is there? I mean,
well, you know, I know that.
So anyway, Gavin, are you still there?
Should be. He's in the studio.
Yes. I was muted, but I'm still here.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't mute anybody in the studio. I wouldn't do it. Yeah. So Bill is saying silly arguments are wrong. Defending the bereaved, the victim, the broken, the gentler vessels are far from silly, though. I can't disagree with that. Defending the bereaved, absolutely. Are you there, Kenny? So how have you been doing, Jace? What's it like living in New Zealand?
Well, I'm quite like I said, I'm quite busy at what I do. I've never been handed anything on a silver platter. I've always had to work.
I'm sorry, I'm still busy.
I've always had to work for everything that I've got, and over the last few years, I've been able. I mean, Gavin can attest to this. I've been able to take advantage of the rising housing market in this country, and I've tried my hand at relocating a couple of houses. That have come from. One actually came from Auckland all the way to where I live in Rotorua, which is quite a feat to move a house like that on a trailer. But I've done that twice now, and I've taken advantage of that to try and get myself in a position where financially I'm okay. But I'm not to a point where a lot of people have to work all the time, and it's about money, greed. And I don't believe as a Christian we should be living our life like that, because what has eternal value is far more important than what has temporal value, as far as I'm concerned. But I'm doing it just to get myself in a position of being hardworking and being comfortable, I suppose. Now hopefully I can help others as well, Bob. That's the plan.
It's weird that, moving them big houses.
If you moved a house from Auckland to Rotorua without it falling off the truck, that is a magnificent effort, because that's not an easy thing to do.
No, it was actually done as a two-piece move, because there are house movers that are okay. I actually bought the house off Trade Me, Gavin, from a developer. Nice. who was developing the land into flats. So I bought it off him, and then I paid someone to move the house from Auckland to Rotorua as a two-piece move. So they brought it here. I got someone to ram some foundations in, and they put the house on it, and I helped join it back together and tie it down, and I'm renovating it at this stage. Nice 100-year-old Californian bungalow, with all the LED light windows and all the high ceilings.
Mate, that is going to be a sought after house, I can guarantee
you. So this is the second time I've done this. Now, I actually did the first one. Have you heard of Ford Block in Rotorua, Once Warriors?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so I did my first one in Ford Block a few years ago, amongst the gang members who all helped me actually in getting all fixed up. So that was quite an experience hanging out with those guys.
Awesome. Did you pay them for the work they did?
Yeah, paid them. Yeah,
cool.
Paid them for helping me out, and So So anyway, so that's a little bit about me anyway. And my faith is extremely important to me, because without that, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be here, and I wouldn't have the skills that I have now.
Right. Yeah, I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
And I know you've been through a lot too, Gavin. I've done a little bit of research on you, and you've been through a lot as well, in your life. But we grow from it. How we move on.
Yeah. But I'm pretty happy with how things are now. Looking at where the next challenge is going to be. But it was good. It was good to have that debate. Did you listen to the debate at all?
Yeah, I had to listen to it. Yep, I listened to it.
What did you think? Because I'd welcome your critique and criticisms and recommendations, because I'm always looking to get better or trying to get better.
Well, I basically just thought, it was a bit of a muddle up in regard to, if people can't even define, get the definitions right and get on the same page as far as what the definitions of those terms mean, then that's not a very good foundation, really, is it?
Sure. But I kind of thought that I kind of thought that the word condone would be a stumbling block, because he challenged me to a debate, and I said, sure, I'll debate anything you want. What do you want the debate topic to be? And his emails was, I want to debate you on, does the Bible condone slavery? And I thought, perhaps you haven't thought that one through kind of properly enough. So, but anyway,
well,
it is what it is.
At least you didn't ask him to debate that. He asked you to debate that. So
yeah. That was his choice. Yeah, he chased me, and that was his topic that he wanted to debate.
So I think that the use of condoning was probably shouldn't have been used. Probably should have come at it from another angle, I think.
Yep. But that's what he wanted, So, but the thing is, Jace, even if you're losing in a debate, you never rage quit, because it's a really defeatist kind of action, If you're losing, then you lose gallantly, You lose with your head held high, and you take the knocks, and at the very least, you can learn from that experience and get better. But he just quit, and that'll be the eternal record.
Yeah, well, it's an emotional response, isn't it? I mean, that's what that was.
100%. Yeah, spot on. 100%.
And you're not going to win any brownie points emotionally rage quitting like that, which looks to me as what he did. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, but I think we got to take our hats off to Bob, because that was the first debate that Bob's ever moderated, and I thought he did a really good job.
Yeah, I agree. Did you say much, Bob, during the debate, or because I didn't hear the whole thing of it? Did you come in and say much or not?
Not really, no. I mean, I don't think it's. I think if no offense to you, Gavin, if it was more philosophical as such, or you could argue that debate was, people like, if it was like Jack Angstrike and Matt or Darth, I would probably struggle to moderate a debate like that, because I'd really need to be genned up on. I mean, I'm quite knowledgeable fallacies and all that stuff, and you know what I mean, sophism, and which I'm aware of, but I'm not experienced enough to moderate a debate. Like, put it this way: if T-Jump and some famous atheist, so-called, wanted to do a debate on my channel, I would struggle, because I mean, T-Jump is pretty brutal, sort of.
Yeah, he is.
I wouldn't want to debate him. I couldn't. I don't know. I mean,
I noticed though that you guys didn't actually really talk over each other, which was really good.
Yeah, tried not to.
Yeah.
Because you didn't have any time limits on your particular topics, did you?
We had the debate structure, and I really pushed this hard, because I didn't want it to turn into a dumpster fire. I wanted a really structured debate, Jace, to avoid it falling into a dumpster fire. So the structure was this: it was 10 minutes opening statement from each person, then up to 8-minute rebuttal or cross-examination from each person, then an open period of discussion, and the time limit on that was to be set by Bob, He could have let it go for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever. And then there was to be a 5-minute closing statement from each party, and then just Q&A from the audience. And I really, really am glad that we had that structure, because I think it could have got a lot messier. Because it got a little bit messy in some areas, but because we had that structure, that tended to keep things fairly on course, or running fairly smoothly. And the fact that Bob hardly said anything or had to say anything was a good testimony to having it structured like that.
No, I thought it was. It definitely didn't become a dumpster fire. It was just you guys were able to rein it in and come back on track, which I thought was awesome. I mean, you don't see that on a lot of debates. You see a lot of debates where they do become like a dumpster fire, and everyone's arguing and
I know.
and trying to talk over each other, and everyone gets emotional with it as well. And before you know
all
it,
of that.
The debate's over, and the audience is going, "What happened?"
Yeah. Or sometimes the debates, they get personal. There's personal attacks thrown at each other, and that's awful. That's terrible. We're freaking adults, man. We're not high school kids.
I know.
Yeah, if you think YouTube is bad, you should try Clubhouse.
Oh, yeah. That's another animal, isn't it, Bob?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
So, Bob, Bob, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
So, what's your plan of attack moving forward? I mean, this was having a debate was pretty awesome, but yeah, what's your plan of attack going forward for your channel?
Well, I'd like to see more debates on my channel. I'll keep going from now till breakfast, me. But I like recording stuff on Clubhouse.
Yes, I saw that. So, can you fill me in there? I mean, I've looked at a few things that you put up. Why do you record stuff going on in Clubhouse? What is the end game of doing that for you?
Well, there's two reasons. I want to learn a bit more about this philosophy stuff. Well, there's three reasons. The other is that sometimes they don't keep the replays on, so you lose the whole conversation. So I record it. And the other thing is, a lot of people on YouTube don't actually bother with or actually go on to Clubhouse, and so they can listen to the stuff that's going on Clubhouse on YouTube, and I can listen to it again.
I'm not actually a debater. It doesn't really interest me that much. The apologetic side of it, to give a defense for my faith and to be able to being able to share the gospel is really important to me. But I'm not a debater as such, and it's not really my thing. I'm more inclined to want to grow in my relationship with Christ and learn how to discern and be led by the Holy Spirit and grow into what God's called me to do, which is not debate. I can say that in a nutshell.
Right. The thing is, I have had this discussion with another Christian. See, the problem with talking to atheists, because obviously we want to see these people get saved, they're going to come out with all sorts of stuff at you that a lot of Christians aren't sort of prepared for, because they will tear you a new hole if you let them, if you don't know what they're on about, what they're saying to you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, Bob. It's pretty brutal on Clubhouse.
Oh, yeah. But that is a sort of... See, that's the sort of thing I mean, I have witnessed to people before. I've got into a lot of trouble over it while I was in jail witnessing. I've got a lot of grief from the Catholics, but you get attacked from every angle, Jace, and it's hard work as well, actually. Because if you're witnessing to people, you've got to be able to, or willing to, make sure you can respond to all things, give a reasonable answer for the faith that you have in Jesus Christ. And they're going to throw all sorts of questions at you. People don't realise that evangelising, witnessing to people is actually not hard physical work, but you've got to be on the ball. You really
it's a lot harder on YouTube because because you can't see the other person, you don't know the other person's life, you don't know anything about them, and
you're not
That's true.
Trying to reason with an atheist who doesn't even know you is extremely difficult, I would have thought.
Yeah. Oh, it is. I think so. Because a lot of atheists, well, the ones on Clubhouse that I've come across, I mean, there obviously are one or two stupid ones, but most of them, I would stay away from trying to get into a debate with them, because a lot of the time they will actually try and run ring around you. So, but I mean, that's why I'm learning all that stuff.
It's quite clear. I mean, some people like debating, and there is a place for it. Don't get me wrong. There is a place for those apologetics, and
well, look at Paul. Paul was very familiar with Plato and Aristotle. I think he went up Mars Hill, didn't he? And he started from I'm going to preach to the unknown God. But those people were Greek, Roman philosophers. These
Greco-Roman dudes.
Yeah, that's it. And so he was able to debate with them, and they wanted more answers from him. But yeah.
And the ironic thing of it too is that you would have thought Paul, being a Jew, God would have called him to preach to the Jews, but he didn't. He did the total opposite and called him to preach to the Gentiles, didn't he?
Paul was also a Roman.
100%.
He was also a Roman Jew. He had Roman citizenship. That's why he was able to appeal to Caesar. Yeah.
Like as far as in men goes, the foolishness of things, people would have thought, well, why didn't Paul preach to the Jews? Why did God send him to the Gentiles? Simply because the foolishness of man is what God sees, and he is, no, I'm going to do things very different here.
I think he might
wisdom of men.
I think he might have kept Peter out of Rome for a reason.
Yeah.
You think about it. Because Peter wasn't the first pope, so-called. If we'd have claimed that in Rome, he wouldn't have seen breakfast.
No, he wouldn't have.
No, he wouldn't. No, I don't think so. Anyway,
I'm saying sometimes we think we can be wise in our own eyes, and as a result, God says the wisdom of men is foolishness to God. Is something like that. Anyway, can you elaborate on that, Gavin? Is that what it actually says?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, it's just in 1 Corinthians. Paul says, "For the message of the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing, but to us Christians who are being saved," I emphasize who are being saved, it is the power of God. Because I'm not an assessor, Jace, I think I am being saved, but I'm not saved yet.
Okay, so you believe we're in a process?
Yep. Yeah, I think so.
Do you know what? I've pondered this quite a bit, and you know, when I stand before Jesus Christ on that day, I don't think he's going to. There's a whole lot of. He's not going to ask me if I'm flat Earth or whether I'm globe, or you know. I don't think those things are important, but things like OSAS, once saved, always saved. I think it's really important to have the right biblical foundation there, because it dictates how you're going to live your life as a Christian.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree with you. I can't disagree with that.
So if you think you're once saved, always saved, then it's like, hey, well then I can pretty much do whatever I like because I'm saved, and so there's really no need to try and self examine yourself, and there's no need in growing in the grace of Christ because hey, you're saved anyway.
Yep, 100%. Agree with you 100%. And also too, Jace, if once saved, always saved was actually true, and I don't believe it for a minute, then there would be no need for the wealth of warning passages there is in the Bible about falling away from the faith, you know. There's tons of passages about different people falling away from the faith or following demons or following the teachings of deceived men. There's tons of those passages, and they're in there for a reason. You know, they're not just in there to take up space on the page. They're in there for a definitive reason.
I just think that I'm not even focused on that. Simply in Christ, you know, asking God to create a clean heart in me and to renew a right spirit within me, and to live my life, you know, with that in mind, is really what it's about for me. You know, whether I'm once saved, always saved, or whether I'm not saved, or whether I am saved, or is not really the question for me. The question is am I in a right state with Christ, and where is my heart, and am I living for Him, or am I living for myself? And that's really it in a nutshell.
Yep, you got it.
I don't think Kenny totally understands where I'm coming from, but that is how I live my life.
Yeah. Well, I think just talking with Kenny over time is probably going to be beneficial for you both, because that's how you get to know somebody, is by talking with them, you know. And even if you have differing views, at least by talking to people, talking to the other person, you get to understand their view and their worldview, and understand why they think the way they think. Now, you don't have to necessarily agree with it, but learning why they think that way, it's important, man. It's really important, because whether we like it or not, when we're in Christ, we are all spiritual brothers and sisters, you know, and you can't get to choose your family, you know.
No, you can't. I mean, I want to read Kenny's book. I mean, you know, to come across and say, oh, I'm not going to read your stupid book, is stupid in itself, you know. I want to read Kenny's book, and I want to see if there's anything that I can glean off it, you know, what I can get from his writings. You know, it's important. I mean, you don't just discount something because you don't agree with the way someone may say something or do something. I mean, you know, that's just not. It's childish, right there. You know.
Absolutely. So you've got the right attitude, Jace. With Kenny, whether you agree with him or not, whether you like him or not, there's one thing that cannot be changed, and that is the fact that Kenny has been a pastor for 30 years. Now, when you know very well that as a pastor, when you're a pastor, you get to experience the whole gamut of life. You get to experience tragedies, people that have got terminal cancer, and people dying before what we think their time is. But you also get to experience the magnificent highs that people go through, like the birth of a new baby or a wedding, engagement, this kind of thing. You get to really experience life. And Kenny's done that for 30 years. So by that measure, he has my respect, regardless of what I think about him as an individual.
You're talking about how he lives his life and the things that he's been through. Is that what you're talking about, Gavin?
Yeah. Being a pastor for 30 years exposes you to the worst things in life, because everybody dies. But also the really happy, joyous things, like weddings or the birth of a first baby or engagements, this kind of thing. You get to see all of the worst of life and also the best of life.
Gavin,
in that kind of role. Sorry, Bob.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Can I read this comment?
No, I was finished.
Can I read this comment out? I don't know if you can see it on screen.
Sure, yeah.
Grace Saves says, wow, Gavin is a blasphemer, denying the Lord that bought his children with his blood, rejecting God's promise to lose nothing. Why have you got this damnable heretic here, Bob? Well, Grace Saves, I don't know if you watched the beginning, but this was a debate on does the Bible condone slavery. He's more than welcome into my studio. He's been polite. He has a right to express himself on the basis of scripture. Okay, you might not agree with everything he says. Nobody's asking you to. But we're discussing stuff like that because we're grown men. I don't think, I do not believe that Gavin is a damnable heretic. That's a bit strong. Yeah. Do you want to come in, Grace Saves, and possibly want to just talk to him, Gavin? No? Yeah?
The problem is when the common theme seems to be, if you don't agree with something someone says or does, then there must be a heretic, I mean, that's a common theme. I mean, that's not even an argument. That is just like, well, I'm labeling this person as a heretic, so you essentially don't give that person an opportunity to unhereticize themselves because you're already convinced they're a heretic anyway.
That's a great phrase. Unhereticize themselves. That's a great phrase.
Yeah. But you don't learn anything by not talking to somebody who disagrees with you, do you? I mean, if they're going to be polite and you have a conversation with them, you can discuss things through like that, through scripture.
Yep. And the only way to get to know somebody is by talking to them.
And as far as Kenny goes, and you're talking about pastorship and for 30 years and everything that he's done, to me personally, that's not where I see Val. I mean, there's pastors everywhere. There's bad pastors, there's good pastors, there's pastors that are not really pastors at all. They're pretending to be pastors. That's not where it is for me with Kenny. I look at Kenny and I look at what he's had to overcome in his life with his disabilities. The fact that he spent decades basically studying to show himself approved, wrote his book, all those odds that he's had to go through, all the things he went through as a child, having to deal with his family and his father, all of that stuff means more to me with Kenny than anything else.
Yeah, well said. Well
You know?
said.
Because I've been there myself, maybe not to the extent Kenny has, but I've been there myself and had to overcome a lot of different things, you know?
Yeah,
So that's where
yeah,
I relate to with Kenny. I don't even know if
yeah.
he's listening to me, but, you know, this is where it's at for me anyway with Kenny.
Chase, how long have you been in Rotorua, roughly?
I came over to Rotorua when I was 13.
Right, okay.
I was
So
actually
you've
born
been
in
there.
Wellington.
Right,
Born in
gotcha.
Wellington. Went to, you know, basically had a mother and father who my father ran off on us, me and my sister, when we were babies. My mother decided to run off on us as well. We went into foster care for a few years, and then from there we went over to England to live with our grandparents,
Wow.
and came back when I was 13
Wow.
to live with a
Wow.
father. Yeah, to live with a father who I didn't know at
Yep.
13, who was
Yep.
abusive.
Yep.
And a stepmother who really didn't want us.
I'll bet.
And,
Yeah, I'll bet.
and also met my mother for the first time when I was 21.
Oh my goodness.
And,
Wow. Wow. How was it meeting your mum? Was it a bit weird?
oh, well, it was extremely weird because all we really did was get together and got stoned and drunk and went out and partied.
Oh goodness. Oh, okay.
You know, because that's what we did.
Yeah.
But as far as a mother figure goes, well, obviously I don't have that bond with her.
Sure, yeah. I understand.
And she lives in Australia anyway, so yeah.
Right, right. Gotcha.
So that's, and I've been in New Zealand ever since, bar
Yeah.
traveling around the world a little bit, and you know, teaching English
Yeah.
all over the world, and yeah, I've done a little bit.
How many years were you in England, Jace?
From the ages of 3 to 13.
Wow.
Mm.
3 years
And
old is pretty young to be flying.
I remember, you know what? I actually remember getting on that plane and getting into the cockpit with the pilot and watching him fly the plane at 3 years
Oh
old.
my. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, so that's a little bit about my start in my life, and this is why I can relate to Kenny a little bit with the start in his life.
Yeah. Yeah.
He didn't have it good.
Yeah, my only experience with Rotorua, Jace, is I don't even know if it's still going, but do you know if the Sunset 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 Boxing Gym is still going?
Sunset Boxing Gym in Sunset Road.
I don't even remember the name of the road, brother, but it was called the Sunset Boxing Gym. It's probably gone by now.
Yeah, I don't recall that any time. Yeah, I don't recall that.
Yeah. That's the only experience I've got with Rotorua.
Well, did you go there? Did you go there and box? Did you?
Yeah, in Rotorua. Because I used to live in Hamilton for close to 10 years, and Rotorua's, not that far from Hamilton.
Hmm. I did spend some time in Hastings as well.
Right.
When I was in my 20s. Yeah.
Okay. Nice
With
one.
a guy. I ended up becoming a martial artist, and there's something called Tenshin Pai, which is Celestial Mountain School Kung Fu. Ended up living with my trainer, my Sifu, and learned how to become a tournament fighter, and did very well at it. But came to a time when I thought to myself, man, how fruitful is this to be able to get into a ring and beat someone's brains out,
Yeah. Can you remember what years those were for you, Jace, roughly?
The years with what?
The years when you were fighting, when you were tournament fighting.
Okay, probably from the ages of. So I did it full time, so I wasn't working.
Yeah.
Probably from the ages of 22 to 29.
Right. And what years? Like, what can you remember the years? You know, like, was it the 90s or the 2000s or the 80s, or, you know?
It would have been.
Can you kind of?
It would have been the 90s. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
It would have been the 90s. Why's that?
Well, I'm trying to, because I was a professional boxer through the 80s. I had my last professional bout at the end of 89. So yeah, I was kind of finished by then, but I was 30 years old as well, Jace, you know, and
Yeah.
it's a long time to be blocking punches with your head, you know.
Yeah. Well, those brain damage is a very real thing, you know.
No, I know. I've got it. I've got it. I've got the diagnosis and the medication.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. It's because, well, especially, I mean, on the MRI scans, that they've shown me the results of the MRI scans, and with the frontal lobe, that's like where your forehead is. You can see on the MRI there's just a lot of dead tissue, but that's to be expected with boxing, because, you know, you've got your chin tucked in, and if you're really good enough, you'll be able to slip the punches that come at you. But if you're not that good enough, you kind of just tuck your chin down even more and take the blow on the forehead. So my forehead had a machine gun hammering for a good 10 years, you know, because you can't always dodge everything.
No, unfortunately, you can't. No.
Yeah.
We got told, you know, your head was like glass and treated as such.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even now in Auckland, I just coach boxing and Muay Thai, but I still train with the guys because I really enjoy the training. I really enjoy it, but I also do it because I'm like 62 now, but I enjoy the training, and I still train with the guys and do everything that I tell them to do, because I try to be an example or try and be inspirational. But when it comes to the sparring rounds, it's only body sparring and kicking into the legs and that, for me when I'm in the ring, because they know I'm old, you know, and they know that I'm kind of pretty worn out. So there's no head punching or anything like that. So
Right.
kind of lucky that way.
It's good for fitness anyway.
Heck yeah. Yeah, is it ever?
I used to love chain punching, doing chain punches when I was fighting, because, you know, you would you tire yourself out within 30 seconds, you know.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of some names that might have been around when you were competitive.
Well, the guy from I'm thinking too. There was a couple of really good MMA martial artists in Rotorua back then. I can't think of MMAs, but mixed martial arts.
Right.
I think who they were. But the guy that I actually taught off, his name was Kati Yanuia. He was actually he was taught by a Chinaman, but he was actually an Islander.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I'm just drawing a blank. Yeah. I'm drawing a blank on names.
Oh, yeah, I do that all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I call them senior moments, brother. I have them frequently, like every day.
Yeah,
Bob, you know that. Bob, you know that feeling. Bob, having a senior moment.
You
If
mean
Bob's
when you
still
forget
listening?
stuff and things like that?
Well, yeah, you walk into a room and you think, I came in here for a reason, but I forget what it was.
Yeah. Oh, I get that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So I haven't actually. So Bob, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You know how you were talking about fart jokes on Fraser's channel?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was just a symptom. I mean, that's the tip of the iceberg, really. But yeah.
Yeah. So that's just. I don't know. Maybe it's American sense of humor.
Mm.
I don't know. I mean, I'm an American, and so a lot of it's like, oh my goodness, what the heck's that going on? So, but yeah, that was just more a humor side of things, I suppose.
Oh, I've got a sense of humour, but I mean, we're talking about Christians in there. What is the? I mean, how is that glorifying Jesus Christ? I
Well,
don't
that's the thing. It's not glorifying Jesus Christ, but it's a I don't know. It's comedy, perhaps Comedy Central.
Well, yeah. No, I do see the lighter side of it. I just don't see the application.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I'm
What?
not a super righteous, super duper holy person, but the Christians that I've met face to face, they would never in a million years do something like that. And I know it sounds like an old true Scotsman fallacy, but that's not the kind of behaviour that they would appreciate.
I suppose the setting, you have to look at the setting though. It's not as if we're going to go into a church and all start farting and laughing and carrying on about it and,
Oh,
chasing farts all over the auditorium. I suppose we're going to do that,
but
but it's a setting.
implies one particular line of behaviour in one situation, and then it changes when it's in a different one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because the way you behave in a fellowship should really be the way, ideally, that you behave outside of it, in the sense of when you're conducting your normal life thingy.
Well, there's no way I'm going to fart in public and make a laugh about it in a Christian church.
Well, it's a natural thing to happen. It creeps up on you now and again.
And I think we've got worse things to worry about with church rather than, just look at the state of the church in general, and it seems to be a shadow of what it once was back in the book of Acts. I see it watered down. I see it become very much socialized and worldly in itself. And I struggle. I mean, I go to a church, but man, do I struggle going to that church, because it's just this real, I don't know how to put it, but it's like if you're not married, you don't have children, a wife, a little family. If you don't have all of that, then it's very hard to assimilate into a lot of these churches.
Yeah.
It's become very culturalized. What do you reckon, Gavin? Or is he not even there anymore?
I don't know.
I mean, I see the church as just a shadow of what it
Sorry, I
once
was on
was.
mute. I was on mute. Sorry about that.
But did you hear what I said about the church as a whole?
Run it by me again. Jace?
So from, the church as a whole, I look at the church as a whole and I see it as nothing more than a shadow of what it once was and what it was meant to be back in the book of Acts. I see it's become culturalized, westernized.
Yes.
And unless you're a typical guy with a wife and children and you've got your own little family going on, it doesn't really cater for much else,
Yeah, and there's a lot of truth in what you're saying, because the church in the 21st century is way different than it was in the first century. That's just a fact. A lot of that is because of the way our culture has developed. I go to a Samoan church. It's full of Samoans. I'm the only white guy there, but it's not a big church. It's quite small.
Would be my kind of church.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Go to somewhere where it's different, even a Indian church, even a black African church. Wouldn't that be cool to go to a black African Christian church?
Yeah. Well, these guys, they're like fully Samoan, but we've even got some ex-All Blacks in the church. But it's a small church, Jace. Like if we had 30 people there on a Sunday morning, it'd be pretty packed, it's that small. But it's small and everybody knows everybody, but everybody doesn't know everybody's business, because we all know where that line is, to not delve into people's sort of personal affairs. And Samoans, they just look for any opportunity to have a lunch. And when they have a lunch, it's like a wedding feast, They have a pig on a spit. They have salads for Africa, and then they send you home with doggy bags so you don't have to shop for the next week, So they're really, really neat, and I love it. I'm the only white guy there, and I've been going there for must be 6 years now, and I'm still the only white guy there. But they don't care. They don't care about my skin color, because I'm the same color as they are on the inside.
Yeah, well, that's part of what the gospel's about, isn't it?
Yep.
Getting together and looking after one another and feeding one another.
Yep. Yeah, edifying, encouraging, helping.
So I go to C3.
Yeah.
And in all honesty, it's just that real wealth, health, and prosperity gospel all over again.
Okay.
That's what it feels like. It's like,
sure.
Hey, if you're a Christian, you're going to have this, you're going to have lots of money, and you're going to have this, and you're going to have a good life, and never ever really confronting the fact that we're meant to be holy as He is holy, and we're meant to go through sharing the sufferings of Christ.
Yep.
I never ever hear that.
Not from those kinds of churches, Jace. I agree. Is your church kind of Pentecostalish in a way?
Well, it is. It's C3. Yeah, C3 Church is basically a Pentecostal movement that started in Australia. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Would it kind of be like
Hillsong, similar vein to Hillsong?
Yeah, Brian Tamaki's church in Manukau. Would it be kind of like that?
Yeah, similar. I actually went to Brian Tamaki's church here in Rotorua before he moved to Auckland.
Okay, all right. Oh, so, well, then. Yeah, you know.
I was there when his church only had 100 people in it.
Wow.
And I watched him. I watched him come out of any accountability, and as he came out of any accountability, that church just became a power to itself, and as you know now, it's very militant. It's very cultish, I would say.
Yep. 100%. 100%. But I hear what you say. Well, he has, yeah, he has, and so have some of his people. But yeah, I would never. I've been to Brian Tamaki's church in Manukau a couple of times, just with friends, but I just don't like it. I just want my local church that I attend every Sunday morning, and the services are not the same because the church has been there for 20 years and it was established by a husband and wife, and she will preach occasionally, maybe once every couple of months, but also their daughter, who is married to ex-All Black when he was playing for the All Blacks, they used to call him Junior Tanu, but his real name is what is it? I can't remember what his real name is, but they always called him Junior Tanu. He was a halfback for the All Blacks in about the mid '90s onwards. I think it's Afisa Tanu, yeah. And we've had Michael Jones, All Black number 7, come to visit the church, and Michael Jones just comes along from time to time because there's some kind of function that's happening. He doesn't come to preach or anything, but everybody sort of knows everybody, and that's just cool. It's pretty relaxed, pretty cool, pretty laid back.
You've actually inspired me now to actually try and find a Black African church to go along to and have a look.
Yeah.
I went to a Black African church, a few years ago, and just the exuberance and the joy that they had.
Yeah,
Loved
they're
it.
pretty enthusiastic, eh? They're pretty enthusiastic, brother.
And when I go to C3, I'll be lucky if someone says boo to me by the time I leave.
Ah, really?
Oh yeah, it's like that at times. Everyone's sort of into themselves, really. If you're not a part of the leadership, then you have issues.
Okay.
Well, you know how it is. A lot of these places,
Yeah. Is there? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that wouldn't make for a very pleasant kind of experience. I'm not married. I'm single. I don't have a partner, but they don't see me any different. Like there's kind of like at my church there would be like 6, maybe 5 or 6 core families that go there, but each family's probably got about 5 kids, sort of thing, and they just grow up with the church that way. But are you single, Jace? Are you like a single guy? You're not married?
No, I'm single. Yeah.
Okay. Got any kids?
There's plenty of opportunities. No, I don't.
Right, no kids. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, I've got 2. Yeah, I've got 2, boy and a girl. Boy and a girl.
Oh, no. Nice.
Yeah, they both live in Tauranga. My boy, oh God, he's not 40 yet. He must be 37 or something. He's got a hairdressing salon in Tauranga, and he's making heaps of dough because he used to live in Auckland, did his apprenticeship in Auckland. And my daughter, she is a registered nurse in Tauranga Hospital, so they're doing really well.
Wow. Well, yeah, both of them would be, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So that's a testament to you as a father, isn't it?
Beg your pardon?
Yeah. That's a testament to you as a father. I don't care what anyone says, you look at the children and then you look at the parents,
Yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah, my son is hard case, because he's very good at marketing, and he markets himself as this ex-Aucklander who was sick of the rat race in Auckland, because he actually was. He was really sick of the rat race, and him and his wife used to disappear to Tauranga quite often. But he markets himself as this ex-Aucklander that knows everything there is to know about hairdressing, and that's how he markets himself. And people buy it, people buy it because it's just an image that he creates. And like he's, to get a man's haircut with him. I think the last time I asked him, I said, "How's business?" He said, "It's really good." I said, "How long would I have to wait if I wanted to get a haircut from you?" And he said, "Oh, you'd have to book maybe a fortnight in advance, And that's, that's quite a long waiting list for a man's haircut.
Yeah, I've noticed it too. Like you said, it's pumping. I mean, a lot of business in New Zealand is pumping at the moment. But when you look at what's happening compared to worldwide, the whole world's in an economic slowdown.
Yep.
New Zealand, for some reason, we just seem to either we haven't figured it out yet, or whether we think everything is all wonderful. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, business is booming in a lot of different sectors.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's construction. I'm in West Auckland, Jace, and there's construction everywhere, man. Everywhere.
With no job.
Well, I mean, I'm in a brand new apartment. I'm in a very brand new apartment. It's never been lived in before. But I'm in a 3-story apartment block. But these apartment blocks are springing up everywhere, and there's cranes. There's cranes everywhere. All over the place. So when you see a lot of cranes and a lot of construction, you know that things are going well.
Yeah. I mean, I've decided I didn't want to live in Auckland a long time ago. It's just not me.
Sure. Yeah, I understand.
But for some people, yeah, they love it.
Yeah, well, it has its good points, its bad points. I'm in West Auckland, so West Auckland's not too bad. I can handle West Auckland because it's close to the beach. But I couldn't live I could never live in South Auckland or East Auckland, like Penrose or somewhere like that. I couldn't do that.
Yeah. I just don't like the traffic.
Yeah, you're not the only one. Every other Auckland is the same thing, Jace. They hate the traffic.
And where I am, I've got a little bit of a lifestyle block going on, so I want to learn how to do veggies and and start growing
okay,
and
gotcha.
stuff. Do all that.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I just can't handle being around too many people, to be honest.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I go to a excuse me. Once a week, I go to this. Have you ever heard of a men's group? It's called Man Up.
Yes, I have. It's a destiny thing, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah. Well, it was birthed from Destiny Church. Yeah. But there's a local. Sorry.
Is it still a part of the church?
Not real. Well, it was birthed from Destiny Church, but I go to one that's local to me. Go to this Man Up course. I've been going there for probably at least 3 years, probably 4 years. But there's no talk of Destiny Church at the meetings. We're just there for guys who are having challenges with dealing with life circumstances without resorting to violence, because there's a number of guys who are there who are either facing going to jail for domestic abuse, or maybe they're trying to get out of a gang, or or they've just come out of jail, you know, and they want to change. They want to change from always resorting to violence when they can't handle something. They want to be able to learn how to be different, you know. And it's a great opportunity to be able to share some really good truths about the Bible. So yeah, that's just one of the that's kind of one of the things that I'm kind of involved with. But yeah, there's no talk of Destiny Church or anything.
I have been to the Man Up group in Rotorua here.
Right.
Before.
Okay.
And
all right.
And it's good. What they're doing is good. The only problem for me is that I can't think of anything worse than seeing these men go to Destiny Church. You know, when they do, I don't see that as really beneficial for them.
Yeah.
Other than, you know, that's the problem. I mean, it's the gospel there. It's twisted, and you know, and it's really you know, they're putting their trust and their faith in a man rather than in Christ.
Yep. Yeah, you're 100% right, and I see that as well. But I make it very clear to them that, you know, I don't go to Destiny Church. I go to the little Samoa church down the bottom of Triangle Road, and they kind of all know where it is.
Yeah.
But the ones that do end up going to a church, it always tends to be Destiny Church, and I find that to be a bit troubling.
Yeah, they need a lot of people need a leader. They need someone to follow. And that's the problem. In saying that, don't get me wrong, because the first 5 years of my Christian walk, I was at what's called Lake City Church in Rotorua, which is now Destiny.
Okay.
I was there for 5 years when it was.
Yeah.
You know, when it started out with only 100 people, you know.
Yeah.
So I went there and you know, and I went through what I needed to go through, and it developed me as a Christian. But there came a point in my walk when I had to make a decision on who I was going to listen to.
Right.
And I decided to listening to God was first and foremost.
Well, that was a good decision, eh?
Brian Tamaki prophesied over me in that church.
Okay. Yeah.
You
well,
know
take that with a grain of salt, brother.
Well, I will tell you what the prophecy was. The prophecy was I'm going to amount to anything in God, and I wasn't going to do much for God.
Okay, so
that was
possibly Brian Tamaki's a false prophet.
That's just what a ridiculous thing to say to anybody. You know?
Is that what he actually said to you? Is it his actual words?
Those were his actual words, and I was a home group leader as well.
Oh,
everybody
did he not know
group,
that? Did
he
not know you were leading a home group?
Yeah, he knew what I was doing. He just didn't. He's got a thing about white boys. He always has.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, he'll get alongside Māori boys and the white boys. No, keep them where they need to be. Keep them down and out.
Wow.
Which was a really interesting thing for him to say, because that was. And I was only maybe I was a Christian for 6 months at that time.
Sure. Yep.
So it was quite disheartening, but then God came through in other ways, which really encouraged me.
Yeah.
So this is the thing. We've got to realize that there's a false gospel out there, there's false Christianity, and there's the real deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And trying to discern that on YouTube, which is what I think a lot of people are trying to discern, is just stupidity. because all you're doing
Yeah.
is you're lumping everybody into, well, there's the false church and there's the real church, and
Yeah.
it's just an absolute no. You can't do that.
Yep. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. What
mean,
I get from, sorry, carry on.
I'm talking about like Praise's channel and Kenny and and Big Shades and just all this big mess. It's like, well, they're the real church and that's the false church. That's a false teacher. That's a real
Yep.
teacher. That's a
Yep.
false prophet. That's a real prophet. How can you determine any of that on this platform? You can't.
No, you can't, because you're right in the sense that all the people that are on YouTube, we're only hearing voices, or we see them on video at times. But the one thing I've learned from YouTube is to be very, very slow to criticize and make sure that my own house is up to speed or up to scratch before criticizing others, because then I would just be a hypocrite, That's all I'd be, is a hypocrite. And I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I don't like the amount of criticism there is, because a lot of it's ego driven, and that's not of God, because God opposes the proud but shows favor to the humble.
As far as ego goes, if you have a good ego, then you don't have to flaunt your ego.
Exactly.
Because you're secure in yourself.
Yep. You don't have to tell people how good you are or how much discernment you've got.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Because you are secure, whereas people go, "Oh, you're egocentrical." No, it's not that they're egocentrical. It's that their ego, they're so smashed in themselves, they've got to use their ego to lift themselves up and pull everyone else down.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I've got taped to my bathroom mirror a little sign, Jace, that says, "God opposes the proud but shows favor to the humble." James 4:6. And I see that sign, at least 2 or 3, 4 times a day, and always reminds me. So always try to be humble and not proud, because I've got a huge ego, man. Because you can imagine being a boxer and being fit and all this kind of thing. My ego just gets out of control sometimes. But here's a telltale sign of somebody who's not what they say they are. And this is what I've learned from experience. If somebody tells you they have great discernment, they don't. All right. It's like somebody saying, "I'm a really good fighter, man. I'm so good," talking themselves up all the time. If somebody says, "I've got fantastic discernment," or "God's blessed me with great discernment," they actually don't. They're just talking themselves up.
That's interesting. I never actually saw it quite like that before. But yeah, you're right. If they flaunt it, they're flaunting something because they don't have it.
Yeah. I mean, where's the humility in saying out loud to people, "I've got great discernment"? What are we supposed to do with that? Are we supposed to esteem them or believe everything they say is some kind of insight from God, or they have some kind of special relationship with God that we don't have?
That's the sign of a cult leader right there.
Yep. Yeah. Spot on.
Because that's what they do. They believe they've got special insight, special knowledge, special discernment, special wisdom.
Yep. And to his credit, Praise doesn't say that. Well, not as far as I know. Praise doesn't say. Yeah, he doesn't say anything about having great discernment or anything like that. So that's to his credit.
Yeah.
But there are people that do, and you're right. They do tend to be cult leaders or leaders of a particular clique or something like that.
From talking to you, I sort of, I don't have anything bad to say, to be honest, about you.
Oh, I've
You know?
enjoyed chatting. I've enjoyed chatting, man. I've been on the phone, Jace, since 7:30 a.m. this morning because we had the debate on Bob's channel, and then it's just kept going because the atheist that I was debating, he kind of left in a bit of a huff, and it's just kept going. But I'm really glad you came into the room because it's nice.
Yeah.
Been nice to talk to you, and get to know you a bit better. And I would consider you a brother in Christ, and I'm pretty happy that we've been able to chat away.
Well, a lot of it to do, Gavin, is about rather than listening, and even with me, rather than listening secondhand, listen to the person, see where they're at. We're not perfect, far from it.
Yeah, for sure. And I knew you were going to come into the room. That's why I was goading you to come into the room. But I knew
I haven't
you'd come in.
I haven't been in a StreamYard's room for over 2 weeks.
Oh, okay. Right.
The last room that I was in would have been Praise's room.
Right.
And I just wanted to step back from all the stupidity with all the derailing and all the insults, and I just wanted to step back from all of that.
Gavin will be back in a sec.
Yeah. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? What I said there, though, Bob?
Yeah,
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, Jace. I know exactly what you're saying.
It's not beneficial. It's not beneficial to be constantly going on the merry-go-round.
Yeah. And pointing fingers is not what we should do. We should not point fingers. We should be edifying each other.
And I don't want to really go into a room and talk with someone and then have someone else come in and analyze it and degrade everything I've said and ridicule.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't need that.
Who does?
But yet that seems to be a common theme, doesn't it?
Well, for some people, yeah, for some.
So yeah.
But
anyway,
look, there's plenty about the gospel that that we can talk about. There's plenty. There's more than enough about the gospel that we can talk about without having to talk about other people. Because there's that saying that great minds. What is it? Great minds talk about. Oh man!
Think alike.
No. Hang on, I'll get it for you because I wrote it down. Great minds talk about. Hang on, let me find it for you because you'll probably write this down because it's pretty cool.
I'll remember it if it is.
It is cool. It is cool. Wait on, I wrote it down in my diary because having a brain like a sieve, I have to have a diary. Otherwise, I don't know where the heck I am. Just a minute. It won't take me long. Bear with me. We're getting there. Getting close. Hang on. Almost there. Great minds discuss. Great minds discuss Have you got your pen ready? Pen and paper ready?
Yeah, I actually do have a pen. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I've got it. Ah, my. I've got it here. I've got it here. Right. It was from. Can't even remember the. It was a Greek philosopher that came up with it. It's a really well-known saying. Great minds. Give me a sec here. Give me a sec. I've actually put it in chats a lot of times as well. It's something like great minds discuss world events, average minds discuss local events, small minds discuss people, and tiny minds discuss YouTube individuals. It's something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So great minds discuss world events. Average minds discuss local events. Small minds talk about people, but tiny minds talk about individual YouTubers.
Okay.
That's Plato,
That sounds good. That sounds pretty relevant to today.
Yeah. Bob, do you know who said that? It's some Greek philosopher said that.
Yeah, Plato.
Plato, that's it. Yeah. There you go, Bob.
I've read it, but I can't. I've dropped my book somewhere.
Try and put it into Google, Bob. Just do a Google search on it.
Oh yeah, here it is. I've found it. Jace. It's great minds discuss. It's great minds discuss ideas. So the first line is great minds discuss ideas. The second line is average minds discuss events. So the first line is great minds discuss ideas. Second line is average minds discuss events. And the third line is small minds discuss people. Small minds discuss people. That's the actual quote, but I've just tagged on the end of it. Tiny minds discuss YouTube individuals.
Yeah, well, it's pretty right. I mean, it's a good quote.
I reckon.
Says it all, really, doesn't it?
I reckon. I think so. I mean, we're Christians, you know. We shouldn't be talking and sounding like people in the world, eh?
No, well, what sort of a witness are we? That's the thing.
That's it.
What witness are we to not only just to the atheist, but to the non-believer in general? They see this and they think, well,
yep,
is this really what Christianity is about?
Yep. And all the atheists on YouTube, they just love to sit back and watch these bickering bitch fights that happen on YouTube between Christians, and it's just not on, man. Just keep your mouth shut, you know. If you're going to open your mouth, say something encouraging or uplifting, not something critical.
Otherwise, we're nothing more than a gang.
I reckon. Yeah.
You know?
A gang dressed up in religious clothing.
Yeah.
What are they doing that the world doesn't do?
That's right, Bob.
I mean, we're supposed to be differentiated. We're supposed to be set apart. We're not even supposed to be of this world.
Yep, correct.
I'm not. I live on Venus, me.
Oh, we know that, Bob.
but see, here's the thing. And you're 100% right, Jace. When we, and I include myself in this, when we talk like people in the world talk, and we have bitch and moan sessions like people in the world do, the people that are in the world that aren't Christians, they look at us and they think, "Oh, you're just a poser, you know. You're no different from me."
Yeah, I was going to
Yeah,
say.
you're no different from me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Right.
that's the challenge. That's the challenge. And I always say this one thing, that Christianity, real Christianity, is not for sissies. You know, it's not for sissies.
No, it's tough. It can be tough going. You know, it's not meant to be. It's not meant to be easy.
Why else do you need armor?
Exactly.
And speaking of armor too, I mean, we shouldn't even take it off.
Yeah.
No, we shouldn't. Well, we've got to be ready. Because those atheists are gunning for a fight all the time. They go into their little rooms on Clubhouse and they plan it out, I think. And then they'll come back at you.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and you got to ask yourself, how fruitful is it? You know.
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen much fruit come from Clubhouse.
No.
To be honest.
Yeah.
Heard lots of arguments.
Yeah.
You know what? You know, I would love to see more Christians getting together, like rather than Christians and atheists debating, but actually have Christians get together who, you know, who have a difference of opinion on a certain topic, and reason it out and give their ideas. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. Okay.
Sure.
On Praise's channel, they were talking about the two witnesses, right? Of Revelations.
Yep, gotcha.
Now, so they're convinced, and everyone was talking about convinced that it's two people that are shouting fire out of their mouths, and it's supposed to, they reckon it's literal fire, and these two witnesses are walking around doing all kinds of miracles and stuff. Yet, yet if you try and oppose a different view to the fact that, from my study, I don't believe that they are a literal two people, two persons who are who are actually the two witnesses. And from my study, it's very, very different. You try and debate something like that, everyone holds stuff so close to their heart, so dear to themselves, that they're never really willing to let things go and think, well, perhaps maybe I do actually have that wrong.
Yeah.
I hear you.
I do think it would be better if, like, if you've got a studio and you've run a stream and you've still got the link to the, you know, like on StreamYard, you can still get in and talk privately. No atheists need to come in or know what's being discussed.
Yep.
You know, like on StreamYard, I've got streams that have ended. I could get a link to one of them. I could invite somebody in, and nobody else could get in. You know what I mean? But when it's done like now live, it's all public, isn't it?
Yeah.
The atheist can come and take notes and take the mic.
True. That's true.
It's just that there's certain things as Christians that we need to be able to reason with each other on, and be open. And just be open to the fact that perhaps maybe you don't have the whole truth of a matter.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think we do. I don't know everything. Not yet, anyway.
there's certain Christians where they'll hold doctrines and hold ideas so close to their heart that they will never ever let those things go.
Yeah, but the thing is, while it's public, like with Jamie this morning, yesterday morning, I don't know what day it was there. It might have been Thursday night. Jamie would have been too ashamed to admit that it was wrong publicly. But now, if it was a private studio thingy, where there was only the Christians in there, then there would be less shame attached to it, wouldn't there?
So what is he shame? What is he shameful of? Is it that he follows Ellen G. White? I mean, what is the issue?
Well, I say shame. I mean, admitting. I mean, I only mentioned shame because admitting wrong in public, that can be embarrassing for somebody. But in a private studio, it wouldn't be a problem. But Jamie is SDA. I don't hate the guy. Actually, I do find him amusing. He's a nice
Jamie's
guy.
Jamie's fine. Jamie's fine. I mean, I think he's a saved brother, but I think there's far too much overstating from different people about his Seventh-day Adventist beliefs. You know,
I don't think he pushes it all the time, does he, Gavin?
Well, I don't think so, but I think there are people that stir it up. You know, that want to keep the storm in a teacup going, and okay, he's SDA. Well, whoopee-doo. You know, I've got friends of mine who are Catholics. I think they're saved, but I don't have the final say. And whether they're going to make it, get the tick mark beside their name, not up to me. It's up to God. I've just got to make sure that my own heart is clean and tidy before I start calling out other people.
You know, I've never seen Jamie push it either. I've never seen him, I've never seen anyone really give him a good argument on certain issues. I've seen people, people tend to read something about SDA, or they do their own bit of research, and from it they make a conclusion and put everyone in the same camp. But I've never seen anyone actually really dispute him in regard to in a way that is concise and really delve deeply into it. It's more like Ellen G. White. She's a false prophet, false teacher, and that's the end of it. But it's not as black and white as that.
No, you're right. Yeah, Jamie gets a lot of flack, and I don't think I don't think a great deal of it is warranted. You know, it's just a talking point.
I think he is a bit of an easy target, though. Really.
Yeah, I think so, Bob. I think so.
I don't know if it's because of him. It's just other people have mischaracterized him and just. I don't know.
Yeah.
I like him.
What I'm saying, I've never seen him argue the point and enforce his ideas onto others. I've merely seen him answer a question when someone asked something of him in regard to his faith. Yeah.
Yeah. He's never pushed his SDA beliefs at all.
Well, I haven't seen it.
No. He's never done it. Not that I've known. I've known him for a while.
I actually got quite a bit about what he's said at times. And I thought, oh, yeah, because he's done his research.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, yeah, it's a beautiful day here in Rota Vegas.
You two, obviously, I mean, you're getting on like a house on fire. Be great if we could get each other's email address or something.
Oh, actually, I'll put my email in the chat, Jace, if you like.
Sure. from talking to you, I mean, I got nothing. I consider you a brother as well from talking to you.
Yeah,
and I think
likewise.
it's really easy to go along with the ship and, and go on what everyone else is doing and make judgments accordingly. But we're not meant to do that.
No.
And from talking to you, I got nothing bad to say, about it at all, other than the fact that we all tend to do things wrong at times. So, why don't we just admit that and move on? That's what everyone needs to do, rather than keep casting stones into glass houses.
Yeah.
Which is what seems to happen, doesn't it, Gavin?
That's right. Yeah. You can, if you're without sin, then you can be the first one to throw the stone, and nobody will throw a stone.
No, it's much easier just to grasp onto something someone may have said or done and run with that, and just, and just be a real idiot about it,
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
But anyway, no, it's all good.
But
All right.
I'm glad you came in the room, brother. I really appreciate it.
That's all right. I just wanted to speak to a fellow Kiwi and just see exactly what all the fuss was about. And you know what? There is no fuss. It's all good.
Correct.
All right.
100%.
Thank you, Gavin.
Yep. Thank you, my friend.
Okay, Bob,
I'm going to have to get going, Bob. Yep.
Bob, are you there?
God bless.
We're
All
off.
right, Gavin. God bless you both.
See ya.
Yep.
All right.
God bless you,
Bye.
Bob.
Bye.
God bless you,
God
Jace.
bless Gavin.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Bob. Great job
I'm
today.
looking forward to the next debate, Gavin.
Yeah, a couple of weeks. Couple of weeks.
All right.
All right, brother. Catch you. God bless.
God bless you, Gavin. Thanks for coming.